Here we are. So, hi, Jen.
Hello.
How's it going?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Excited to get started here with our um, live stream for you and your family and your daughter, and it's going to be great. So, I am just going to go ahead and fix up the YouTube metadata and everything like that. While I'm doing that, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and
Sure.
talk a little bit about what we're doing here today?
Yeah, so I am Jennifer Harris Dault. I live in upstate New York. I'm the queer parent of a trans child, and in the midst of everything that is going on here in the United States, we are looking at leaving the country. And by looking at, I mean we are planning very strongly to leave the country, working with a nonprofit, our Collective Becoming, to help fund that. They are creating a position for us, for me, that I will work with them and be able to be a digital nomad.
Okay.
Hey, David.
David, it's good to meet you. Finally.
You are muted.
You are muted. And it'd be amazing to hear you also. Oh, all right, here. Jen, can we smile real quick for the cameras? Perfect. Wow, that smile had me looking ridiculous, but
I bet it's perfect.
we'll all smile with David. It'll be great.
I am so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I've never used Riverside before, so I clicked the wrong button. Hello.
You're good. You're good. It's good to meet you, David.
Nice to meet you as well, Celeste. Thank you so much for hosting this. And Jennifer, as always, great to see you.
You as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to pop in and interrupt. You were in the midst of telling your story, Jennifer. So I'm sorry that I
was doing a brief introduction while Celeste is getting us going on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So the very first thing I need us to do real quick, so that I can fix up the YouTube thumbnail, is if we can all do a nice little smile for the camera. And I will take a quick screenshot.
Sounds good.
All right. Oh, that came out great. Perfect.
Good. I never know where to look on those things. So,
I never do either.
You did. Everybody did great. Everybody's looking straight at the camera. We're good. Everybody's good. Now I just need to go in and remember how to do this. So, Jennifer, you were talking about what you're going to be doing. So if you want to do that a little bit more while I fix this up, that'd be amazing. And maybe David, if you can help out asking questions and everything.
Sure.
What am I calling this thing? I'm going to call it Protect Trans Kid.
Amen.
Fundraiser for Harris Dault family leaving the United States. Okay. So Jennifer, you were, can you tell a little bit more? I was curious, one thing in particular. I was curious more about learning about the nonprofit that this is kind of going through. Do you want to talk about a little bit more about them and kind of what you'll be doing associated with them?
Sure. So our Collective Becoming is run by Roberto Che Espinoza. And the whole idea is creating community. He is a trans man trying to help queer folks, both in New York and now across the world. who don't always have great traditional ways of making income. I mean, so some of the folks who are part of the nonprofit are artists who, because of being queer, don't have the same level of opportunity as their non-queer counterparts. And so creating a way to fund these things that our world needs, beauty, art, a chance to be oneself. So we'll be figuring out how to establish community where we are to help make it a safe place for others as well, so that we can be a haven if others need to take the same journey that we are, or those who are already there needing to build deeper connections, that sort of thing.
Jennifer, was it by happenstance that you and Dr. Espinoza ended up in basically the same location, or had you known about each other before this, or sort of how did that relationship develop?
So we sort of knew each other through Mennonite circles, but we both happened to move here roughly the same time, landed on a panel at the seminary here together, and said, wait, you moved here too? Like, what, did they bring you in? What is this? And yeah, we've been getting together about once a month when he travels up to Rochester for some regular appointments. And we have lunch together. And yeah, it was one of those where he said, I have a nonprofit. We can make this work. And yeah, I've been trying to figure out what that looks like ever since.
And I imagine that there's a great unknown factor here. Like sometimes living in an open-ended way is exciting and surprising, but in this particular case, I think the added precarity on top of precarity on top of precarity has maybe been a little crazy making. And so I can only imagine the relief that you felt when Dr. Espinoza had that as a pathway for you and for your family.
Yeah, it was the first time that I sort of thought, I mean, I don't know how we're going to make this work, but this is an actual road when I haven't seen one. Yeah, but you're right about all of the transition. You know, I've come to hate liminal space as much as it is necessary in all of life and can bring all manner of good things. It is not my favorite at the moment.
Well, liminal space, to navigate that when you have a support system and you have definite paths in place, but, you know, without going too much into detail, you know, a lot of this journey for you and for your family has been the sort of loss of some of those support systems and some of those expected avenues of care. And that's been very heartbreaking. You know, as a person who loves you dearly, it's been heartbreaking to be in the midst of that and to be observing that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You know, we moved where we did for protective laws, and then we chose where, you know, looked at where do we know someone. Chicago was the other place we looked at, but as it turns out, it was more expensive than where we are. So,
I'm
New York
well aware.
Yeah. New York won out. We do have some great support here, but we've had to, you know, other than chosen family that we had here, we've had to build it. And I think have just reached the point where it really feels like, oh, we love this place. We love these people. And now we're looking at doing it all over again, except this time we won't know anyone and we don't speak the language. So more excitement to come.
Yeah. Well, what you're gesturing towards there, and Celeste, I don't know if you want to speak to this as well, but for so many people who are being sort of thrust into this situation, understanding that they can't necessarily count on their biological family and discovering that they do have a family of choice, that can be a mixed blessing. It can be wonderful to know that there are those that care about you as if they were a blood relation to you, but at the same time, knowing that you can't necessarily depend upon those that have been close and intimate with you in your own family, that can be a sad thing too. But I want to focus on the positive here, and I wonder if either or both of you want to talk a little bit more about what it is to discover a family of choice, or what it is to discover that you have, to use the language of the South, a hush harbor or a maroon space in the midst of threat.
Yeah. Jen, do you want to take that one, or I can jump?
If you want to go ahead, and then I'm glad to add
I've
to
been
it as well.
Updating our little YouTube stuff. By the way, I see we've got a few people watching, and welcome to all of them. It's great to have you here. Jessica from Missouri, I see you in the chat, and great to have you here. And feel free, anybody watching can throw a question in the chat anytime, and we'll try and get there. I will keep an eye on it. And that'll be fun. So oh, and look, I can even see the chat in Riverside, so that's helpful. I don't know if the two of you can see that too, but I can. So
maybe I do see
yeah,
the chat thing.
learning how to do this, learning. We are professionals. I know David actually kind of is. So actually is, but
not with Riverside though. This is the wild frontier for me. So viewers that have just come on, you have missed me already, sort of hitting the wrong button and bouncing myself out of the call, having to come back in. So that's the way these things go. Amazing.
But David, your question was kind of like, what's it like, when you have to move from home, which Jennifer and her family have already done once. They have moved from, am I allowed to say from to?
Sure.
You've been pretty public about that. Jenna, hi, great to see you. Excited to have you on later today also. So for those of you watching, Jenna in the chat is going to be our last guest of the day, unless something changes, but excited to talk with her tonight. So we're talking about kind of found families, chosen families, and Jen's already had to move once. I had to move. Hey Sam, good to see you. David, yes, David is in the chat and on the thing. So sorry, I got faked out there a little bit, sorry. But yeah, Skip Sandwich is here. So so found family, made family, it's so important. I've had to move away from places where I knew everybody and kind of reestablish, and you find those people, right, that you can count on, and it just makes all the difference, right? It's just it can be a very lonely thing, and it can kind of feel like, okay, now I'm in a place where everybody knows each other but nobody knows me, and then I think for me it was a huge deal when I made that first friend, that it was like, okay, here's somebody that I actually know. So anyway, there we go. So Jen, how about you?
Yeah. So the family that we moved to be close to here, we actually knew from the Kansas City area. So they had not always been in New York. A ministry mentor to me, and I realized she was the person that I called whenever I was having, sort of my own personal crisis. And so just asked would you like a couple of grandkids? And she immediately responded, yes, tell me more. So they have become Oma and Opa. And, for the year or two before we left Missouri, we'd have regular Zoom calls. And then, so we'll be there over there for Halloween. But yeah, the folks who are just there, no matter what, they're upset that we're having to do this again.
Right. So yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit, around. So for those of you on the stream right now, there is link in the description on the YouTube, around, you can get to a link. It's to Jennifer's blog post, but it includes the link to be able to give. Make sure that when you give, you put Jennifer's name in the description. Monthly gifts are awesome, but all gifts are great. So I should say maybe all gifts are awesome and monthly gifts are awesomer. But everything, of course, is helpful. So, but yeah, so just wanted to talk about, so as you move, what's the you've already moved from Missouri to New York, right? To try and protect your kid. And now you're making the decision of like, yeah, even New York isn't safe, isn't a place that works for your family and your trans daughter in particular. And so if you can talk a little bit about, why is that, as people look, I encounter a lot of people who are like, what, the government's doing stuff to trans people? And so, which I understand there's a whole lot going on and there are so many things on any given day, but if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's good reason that people don't know, because it's not really talked about very much unless you are in the right circles. It affects, a minority of the population, and for whatever reason, that seems to be enough not to cover it in the general press. And so it's following transgender journalists that I keep up with news.
Right.
But I mean, the current administration has made it a priority to attack the trans community.
Right.
Almost immediately, the attack was on passports, where you can't get a passport with the correct gender marker. And there's those who are non-binary or otherwise have chosen an X gender marker. Those who already have one, it's causing problems, for coming and going.
Right.
Yeah. And then we've already seen bans on certain types of healthcare for military members, not to mention the attacks on military members who are trans or have trans family members to begin with. One of the big things for us was in April for Child Abuse Prevention Month. The president issued an executive order, both naming it as Child Abuse Prevention Month, but stating the only child abuse that was mentioned in the entire document was trans kids being supported. It was mostly targeting doctors, the medical community, but it became very clear that supporting your child was going to be labeled abusive, which is terrifying.
Right.
Because once that happens, they can take my kids from me. They can, keep her from growing up as who she is. And we see the continual attacks on gender affirming care. Medical institutions are being threatened with funding. So places in states where gender affirming care for minors is legal, there's the suggestion that federal funding will be cut if they do not stop providing care.
Right.
We see the same thing in higher education, and I think we'll see that continuing to get in, to the regular public school system. We already are. So that, the idea that you will not receive funding if you allow students to use the proper bathroom or to be able to play sports, and just the rhetoric, even if none of this ever came to be, and we already have seen plenty of places shut down, cave, and change the way that they're treating people. But even if none of that happened, the rhetoric itself causes such harm, both to mental health for, the trans community, and it riles up people who might not know that they know any trans people, but who have suddenly been told that they're scary, they're doing bad things, and we need to stop this. None of which is true.
Right. Yeah, I think, hey, what you just said about, for those who don't know that they know a trans person, right? Everybody knows a trans person.
You do, yeah.
Right. Oh, everybody knows it might be your barista, it might be, whoever, but like, what's the line from Andor? I have friends everywhere. It's trans people are, depending on how you count, at minimum something like 0.6% of people in this country, which is not a lot, but it's like 1 in 150. So unless you don't know 150 people, you probably know a trans person. Or if you're in a very conservative space and you're sure nobody has transitioned, which don't be so sure, but you probably know somebody who really wishes that they could, and it really hurts that they can't. Everybody who ever knew me in my entire life knew a trans person, they just didn't know it yet. So that's such an important thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about, mention from what you said, that like child abuse prevention thing was just horrible. Like, it's just beyond the pale to be like, let's talk about child abuse, and what's really child abuse. The only thing we're going to talk about that's actually child abuse is supporting trans kids, right?
Following the advice of every major medical and psychological association,
which we will say a million times today.
Yep.
I'm sure gender affirming care is supported by every major medical organization in the country. Contrast with conversion therapy, which the Supreme Court is going to say is legal or something, which is condemned by every relevant major medical organization in the country. So, but yeah, but I wanted to, on that, I noticed a couple weeks ago, I was doing research for something I was writing about, a certain evangelical author, Preston Sprinkle. And I was doing some research for one of my pieces about him, and was looking into suicide rates and things like that, and came across the CDC does a every other, hey Billy, can't wait to see you later. For those of you who can tune in later, you'll get to see Billy, you'll get to see Jenna. It's going to be amazing. But yeah, like, they did a thing that basically was like this every other year survey of like things that impact kids negatively. So you've got the usual, bullying, or being unhoused, or just a situation at home where you've got domestic violence at home, or whatever, right? Like, you have these sorts of things, child abuse, actual child abuse, and things like that. And the most recent one in 2023 included a pretty deep dive on what trans and gender non-conforming kids in particular experience. And of course, it showed exactly what every other study has ever showed, which is, they have higher rates of, everything bad, and lower rates of everything good. And it was just so sad. And what made me just absolutely so angry was seeing that this entire report, that the Trump administration had tried to remove it, and it was there, but it was only there with a message at the top saying, this is only here because of a court order, because we tried to take the whole report down because it mentions gender ideology, and that's wrong, and so we think this entire report is garbage. It's like a 250-page report. Like, 3 of the pages are about trans kids.
Yeah.
And everything else is about, suicide prevention, bullying prevention, reducing depression, drug use, decreasing risky, sexual behaviors and things like that. And all of these different things this whole report is about. And they're like, yeah, we hate trans people so much, we'd rather throw away all of that, right? And it's like, even if you don't care about trans kids, which of course we do, and they should, it's like you're throwing away all of the rest just because you're
It's
that
okay
angry.
for everyone else to be bullied as long as we keep you
Yeah.
from knowing that trans
Yeah.
kids exist.
If we can make sure that, you know, no amount of harm to other kids is too much to make sure that we are not supporting trans kids.
Well, having grown up in the South, I mean, this is a known playbook. When the courts demanded that the swimming pools, the public pools, be integrated, they chose instead to close the pools.
Right.
I was thinking of that exact same thing.
Take away the good from everyone to make sure that the good is not shared with the wrong population. So, yeah.
Yeah. Skip sandwich. Pete, cutting off your nose to spite your face. Absolutely. Yeah. I think I can even make that show. I don't know if I can. There we go.
There we are. Yay.
Hey, I can do streaming. I'm really proud of myself for that. So
well, one aspect of this, and I think it goes unsaid, but it's important. Most of us as citizens, or I will say most of us white male folks as citizens, have the experience of government leaving us alone, right, and have the experience of not being scrutinized, you know, in our life, in our daily business and anything like that. And that becomes the kind of status quo. And so when we're talking about these sorts of laws and these sorts of attentions that the Trump administration is doing, and not just the Trump administration, we're talking about two things. We're talking about moments when the government chooses to see the wrong aspects, or chooses to ignore the essential aspects. So if you're so you know, on November 1st, a whole bunch of people are going to lose SNAP benefits. Their hunger will no longer be seen by the government as something that needs response, whereas this small minority of suffering and vulnerable people are being sort of over scrutinized as this is the problem that needs to be solved. And again, I'm scare quoting all of this. And so the violence of the government is both, it's there constantly, but when it is turned in your direction so that you're always under scrutiny, and Jennifer, you mentioned this a few minutes ago, it can cause a tremendous amount of stress to feel like you're always being watched. You know, you've always got someone over your shoulder. And that's an experience that, again, as a sort of cis presenting, het presenting white male of roughly middle class income, I have been able to be kind of not part of that scrutiny for a lot of my life. But I've sort of been a victim of enough of it that I know that when I encounter it, I don't like it. And so recognizing that there are people in my family that are under that kind of constant scrutiny, and then extending from there that circle of empathy, realizing that there's an entire population that is under this scrutiny, and as a result of that scrutiny are facing things like increased stress. But increased stress can lead to economic hardship, it can lead to housing hardship, it can lead to premature death, it can lead to sickness and illness and to chronic conditions. Like, all of that is just, none of that is anything that I want to see promulgated in the world. And so it's become very important, even though it doesn't directly affect me, it's become very important to be as visible as I can and as loud as I can as an ally, because I want to draw some of that scrutiny onto me. And, you know, I have support and shielding to protect, hopefully, some vulnerable others that maybe don't have quite the same shielding and support. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling. Sorry, but hopefully some of that makes sense.
It's so good. David, can I talk about what you posted on Facebook the other day about fascism?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if you made that one public.
Yeah. My life is an open book. You can do it.
You've posted a lot, so I'm having a hard time finding the actual post, but you know, I loved what you put up there, and it is the energy that we need, and it is what we want to be talking about today, because today is about, you know, none of us is the one that is most impacted here as we talk today, right?
Yeah.
This is about a kid. And I'm sure Billie later today is going to talk about okay, the conservatives call this a culture war and whatever, and just what kind of people start a war by going after the enemy's kids, right? It's just absolutely beyond the pale. And we do see, the other study we saw was, that they were able to see that even just having anti-trans laws in a state dramatically impacts the mental health of the trans kids in that state, right? Even if they manage to avoid the impact of it, just seeing the state tell you you're wrong, right? Tell you are unacceptable to the state. Famously, the Oklahoma governor, or somebody, I think, high up, after Next Benedict was bullied into suicide, is what appears to have happened there. And so was killed, is the right way to talk about that. After that, and somebody was like, hey, don't you worry about this. And the governor was like, oh, we don't want that filth in our state. And it's like, for any trans kid in that state, how are they not supposed to hear that and experience impact from those kinds of words, right? And we never want it to go that far. We never want it to, we want people to be safe, but none of us is the one that's being that impacted by this. We're talking about a kid here, which means, to some extent, all of us, but, David, you in particular here, it is about allyship. It is about people who are choosing that, even though whatever laws and policies and whatever don't affect them personally, to say, I'm going to stand in front and I'm going to say this, I forget who it was. I think David Tennant at one point wore a shirt that was like, you will have to go through me. Right. And I love it. Right. It's the energy we need. Right. And I see you, David, doing that all the time, posting, solidarity. And it means so much. It really does, because then I see you go and do it. Right. It's not just a little heart or whatever, but I see you go and do it. But your post on Facebook the other day about like, hey, if you're mad at people who are saying they are anti-fascist, you're like, yeah, me, come get me first. Right. And I just got to say, I respect that so much, and was so thankful for voices like yours doing that, because you don't have to do that to survive, right? You don't have, right? Like you have that privilege that it doesn't affect you as much, right?
I'm very thankful for those kind words, Celeste, but may I yes and something that you and Jennifer sort of raised a moment ago?
Sure.
And that is, we're not just talking about violence from the state. I also want to specifically call out violence from the church, and in particular, my church. I'm a Roman Catholic. Yeah. And some of the language before Pope Francis passed away, even though I'm a big fan of Pope Francis, comparing transgender ideology, again, scare quoting that, to the existence of nuclear weapons. So the existence of a trans kid is sort of like the existence of a nuclear bomb. Like, what does that say to someone who is sitting in the pews, who is experiencing an identity that is different from their birth identity, and suddenly they're being told that they have the kind of physical and violent impact of a nuclear weapon, like that? And so we need to be speaking not only to our elected leaders when they're available to us, but also we need to be finding ways to speak to an increasingly bigoted and caustic church that feels comfortable having these kinds of messages sort of roll casually from its hierarchy. And I know I'm not speaking for all Catholics when I say that, because there's a lot of Catholics that are on the front lines of this. I hope that I can be among them. But also I recognize I'm not speaking for all churches. I mean, there are many churches that have been very visible allies, but they need to be more, and they need to be more vocal.
Absolutely.
Yes, they do. And you mentioned the impact on, trans kids in the pews, but also I think about what that says to others in the pews, because how do you respond to the threat of a nuclear weapon? And so hearing, well, that kid over there, that I don't know, we have to stop them,
Yeah.
Right.
There have been
And
so many stories highlighted. The book Trans Kids by Tay Meadow, tells the story of a 6-year-old who, her mom had to take her and flee the state to, like, they don't share where they are. They don't have education records or medical records because that might alert someone to where they are, where neighbors killed their dog, killed that family's dog and said, we want to, threatening the kid in that same way. And I think how do any people get to the point where they're willing to do that sort of thing to a child, to anyone, but especially, a 6-year-old? How are you so scared of a 6-year-old?
Well, and here, Billie's work from later on Contagion, I think, is going to be a very important part of this conversation, and the way that in order to belong to certain groups, you have to malign other groups as just a marker of being, and it's very, very hard to maintain a democracy under those conditions.
Yeah, it's huge. And I know I started and I was hoping to get my blog post out today. It didn't happen, but I'll get it out in the next couple of days and I'll link this in it. But talking about those stress responses, right, that we all feel, and talking about the collective version of those, right, when it happens, or the version of those that is a response to oppression and marginalization and things like that. And obviously, if we're going fight, flight, freeze, fawn, moving out of the country, right, is a very flight response. And it's good to recognize, like, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, right? And it's a perfectly valid thing to do. I know even in the trans community, there's a lot of, do we stay? Do we go? A lot of us, it's moot because it's like, well, where would I even go? How would I even go? I don't have the means, whatever, which is, again, why we're here today, is to try and make sure that Jen and her family do have the means to do that. But to anybody trying to protect a trans kid, 100%, I'm like, yeah, if you can, and you want to get out, we need to support that. But we are in that state. Jen, I did want to ask, just because I want to keep your daughter centered in this. And I just wanted to capture, like, what are we trying to do here? We've talked about a lot about the impacts of oppression and things like that, but I also want to talk about what the positive impact of freedom to be herself, and access to the support that she needs, and things like that. And so I was wondering if you wouldn't mind, while I work on my makeup a little bit, if you wouldn't mind talking a little bit about, what does a trans kid thriving look like, right? What does that, we talk about trans joy a lot. I love talking about trans joy, but what does trans joy and what does a trans kid thriving look like? What do you both, if there's things you can share about what you see when that does happen, or also just what do you imagine? What are you hoping for in this?
Absolutely. So I'm hoping that she won't have to think about whether or not, when she goes to the doctor, if who she is going to be a problem.
Right.
We vet every single provider of any sort that we work with. Being in a place where that's not needed would be magical. But I mean, the very basics, we want her to have access to the healthcare that she wants and requires. And that was one of the things we went to her, and she's an elementary student. So let's be clear, this is not someone who should have to be thinking about these things. But to talk about, to gauge from her, we didn't want to make the decision that, we're going to move again without her involvement. So, I had to sit her down and have a conversation. where she told me that, she's willing to learn how to say, I want gender affirming care in another language. And that, was like, okay, here we are. Like that's, we had hoped that we'd just be able to cross the border into Canada, living here and going back and forth for care, even though that is, a 3+ hour drive in one direction. And then, the targeting of passports made that seem not as probable as we had hoped. But yeah, just having to constantly think about what your government is saying about you, it shrinks the box. And all kids deserve, one, not to be in a box, but to have, so much freedom, the opportunity to be a kid, to get to explore and play with friends and not have to worry about gender, is what I long for.
Jennifer, can I ask a follow-on on that?
Absolutely.
So one of the things that really touched me so much when you first chose to disclose this to people outside of your immediate family, but to family members like me, the language that you used was that you're going to be following her lead, your daughter's lead, and that she is getting to speak about who she is and what her experience is, and you're going to take that seriously and listen to that. That was a profound kind of paradigm shift for me in a lot of ways, receiving that and realizing, oh, as a parent, I don't have to dictate the story to my child, but rather I can follow the lead of my child as they make their own story. I wonder if you'd be willing to say a little bit more about that and what that experience has been like.
Yeah. I mean, like you, I also grew up in the South as a Southern Baptist, where who you are, there are these prescribed roles for, okay, you're a girl. This is what that looks like. And I pushed against that. Like some of those things did not work for me. But, it was hard at first to want her to fit into a box. She got to choose the box, but then but learning, oh no, it doesn't matter what if someone else thinks you are girl enough, or for someone of a different gender or boy enough or non-binary enough, like you don't have to fit someone else's narrative. So we continually listen to her about, she's the expert on who she is. There are things that I might be able to see in her, but I can be wrong. So, we ask a lot of questions. There have been times that she, especially early on, would get really frustrated as we were talking about like names or, initially, asking every day about pronouns. She's like, why do you keep asking me this? It's like, okay, so I can trust that you'll just tell me if something changes. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, it's been a lot of unlearning and relearning in ways that are really beautiful.
May I ask one other question?
Absolutely.
I can imagine as a parent myself that when you are sort of having a child move from toddler into preschool into elementary, you start to form kind of future trajectories, and you've had to let go of a lot of those future trajectories and allow them to be kind of unmapped and remapped. And you just mentioned that there was some joy in the process. Has there also been grieving in that process, and how have you engaged that grieving?
So I think the grieving has been mostly in letting go of geographical places and the relationships we've had. So we bought a house in Missouri, and I remember we'd be in the backyard, and the previous owners had like filled garden boxes with rocks. And as we were like digging out rocks and giving them away on Buy Nothing groups, I remember my kid telling people who'd come to pick them up, my mama has big plans. And that was like, I want to plant a garden. But, thinking along those lines, and then when we had to leave, it was, oh, okay. I mean, I think for a lot of people, when they move, there's a desire. There's, I have this job that I'm looking forward to, or we are wanting to go to this place because family's there, or because I've always dreamed of being there. And our moves have been not by our choice.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had agency in determining that this would be the best thing, but it's not been an exciting thing to go to. We've had to find those exciting things to look forward to. But our community in Missouri was great. It was just the government that was a problem. But our local, being in the city, our family was loved and supported by everyone we encountered. Our church, our community, the schools were great. And so, the threat was real. And also it kind of like here in New York, we feel it. And also the daily effects we don't see just yet on a local level. And so there's a lot of grief in having to uproot. We bought a house when we did because we wanted our kids to have the experience of being in school with the same kids. And that clearly that's not going to happen. And yeah, but there's grief in that, and realizing that story is different. And that there are traumas that we wish that they didn't have to carry.
And something that I have been very pleased to observe on social media, and I recognize that many who are going to be watching this conversation are not necessarily able to see all of the social media that I have access to. But one of the things that I want to lift up and say is that you and your family are very intentional about centering joy and finding ways to be together as a family and to have those moments of gratefulness. And it even from a distance, it's very clear what you are doing and why you are doing it. And I wonder if you would also speak a little bit about the intentionality of centering joy and the necessity of centering joy in this process.
Yeah. I mean, part of that is we love each other. And so joy is a natural thing that pours from that. But also, we believe that joy is important. It is an act of resistance. I don't know that that's why we want our kids to get to experience joy. But I think certainly as parents, having those opportunities to experience joy, to put more joy into the world, is a refusal to buy into the narrative that there is something wrong with us, or that we are problematic. It helps shape the world into what we want it to be, rather than the narrative that is being put forth by others.
Well, and I think in the face of the threats and the violence, being able to tap into that and to have memories of that, but also to be willing to constantly revisit that joy. You said it very well. It's an act of resistance, but also it's not centering the resistance.
Yeah.
It's resistive by centering what matters, if that makes sense.
It is. I mean, and it also is resilience. You need joy in order to continue anything, but certainly to continue to create that better world.
And when you use this better world language, I recognize, or at least I'm hearing echoes of some of the work that Roberto Shea Espinoza is talking about as well. And so how are you not only buoyed by the joy that you generate from within your family, but also from these sort of people that have come alongside of you who have visions for a better world? How are you tapping into some of what they see that maybe you're only glimpsing at this moment?
Yeah. I mean, so I think joy multiplies, and that's that's part of its strength, its importance. I don't know what word to use there. But I think the more people who are talking about ways that we can create something better, that energy, that imagination expands as well. I think in isolation, it can be hard to dream. And so having those conversations and getting to dream together can really create something beautiful.
I'm about to ask a question that you are welcome to not answer, but sort of how has this journey affected your sense of your Jennifer's faith, your relationship to God? I can think of several Psalms that might describe the situation that you have found yourself in with your family. And so I wonder, are you, in the midst of the travail saying, thy rod and thy staff protect me, or are you shouting at the heavens? Like, where have you been with that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I mean, starting in Missouri, I think traveling to the Capitol to testify before committees about the awful transphobic bills that they were putting forth, and seeing who showed up.
And who left the room when you stood up to testify as well.
Left the room. But so often, those who left the room would start by talking about how these bills were part of their faith. Their Christian faith led them to do these things. And then there were countless rabbis who would stand in opposition. One who will be on here later, my dear friend Daniel Bogard. But the Jewish community showed up. And, the Jewish community in Missouri is not particularly large, but they were there. And then there would be, a handful of pastors. There are a whole lot of pastors in Missouri. There are a whole lot of great pastors in Missouri who just didn't find it important enough to go. And I get there's a lot competing. Often we would hear about these hearings, the day before. They would give us as little notice as possible to try to keep folks from going. But the silence from the church was so loud. And I continue to see that. I am part of a couple of excellent churches who are trying to be loud. But it was one of those, my faith in God didn't change, but also it was hard to have faith in the church.
Well, as a person who makes my living in part as a professional public Christian, yep. I want to name my sorrow at that, and also my apology that was your experience. I would like to think that wouldn't be the case, and unfortunately, we all know how much it is the case. Damn it.
Indeed.
That's all. I love listening in to the conversation as I did my makeup quickly. But Jennifer, there were so many things in there, but just building on that last one. Yeah, like it breaks my heart seeing pastors not show up the way they need to. I was honored. We're going to have Reverend Doctors Jen Strickland and Jacob Buchholz. I don't actually know if I'm saying his last name right. I've known him for like 4 years now, and I'm going to have to ask him later how he says his name. This is going to be real embarrassing for me. But I was so impressed. A couple weeks ago, he and a number of local clergy went to a local school board meeting, and it's one of these school boards that's been completely overtaken by Christian nationalists and whatever. And they wrote and went and submitted and read a statement in support of LGBTQ youth, in particular trans youth, and they were in all their, clergy apparel and everything. And it was beautiful to see and tragic at how rare it is, right? And how hard it was for just the fact that it is rare, the fact that we don't see pastors standing the way that they need to. It's not biblical, right? When I read the Bible, I see, open your mouth for the oppressed, right? You stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. That's what we mean when we say do justice, right? Not just like hope for justice, but like go build justice in the world, be part of building justice in the world. And so I wish we saw more pastors doing that. Jennifer, I love seeing all of your work in particular on that. And, it is heartbreaking when we see that contrast of, we see people at the small scale doing the work like you. And then, like David said, we see, the Pope, who, as far as I know, somebody recently said, and this might actually be true, might be the single person who leads the most people in the entire world. And seeing him say something really damaging. Ben, hi.
Hello.
It is so wonderful to meet you.
It is great to meet you. Thank you so much for having me. I know I'm a little early, but these are lovely people, so I'm excited to spend some time with them.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. So welcoming Ben. We were just talking about, I don't know, a whole bunch of things. We're talking about all the things. So we were talking about pastors standing up for trans youth and how we wish we saw more of that.
But I was going to add my own shout out to those who will be on later, because they don't know me. We've not met.
Yeah.
And that they are willing to be part of this means an awful lot.
It means a lot. Yeah. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm Ben Greene. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a trans man, public speaker, author, advocate, some guy trying to make the world better. I transitioned when I was a teenager, and I like to, say that I had to build all my support systems as I realized I needed them. So I was jumping out of a plane with a tarp and a sewing kit. And now as a trans adult, I get to be the parachute factory. So my whole work is working with, whether it's families or companies or schools or government agencies, a little bit less of that these days, a little more oppositional in my work with the government. Whatever I do, I'm trying to build supportive systems so that trans people, trans kids, trans adults, trans elders get to walk in and be supported as they are by default. I love talking about joy. I am a huge nerd. If you're watching this on video, you can see the everything about me lets you know that I'm a huge nerd. I got my Charlie's Queer Books bookstore t-shirt on. I'm a big nerd, and I am a beloved friend of the Dault family. Jennifer is a really very, very special person. So I'm so happy to be a part of this, helping you all out.
Ben is the absolute best.
You are so sweet.
I say that a lot, actually. it's kind of anytime your name comes up, Ben is the best.
That is so kind.
I'm just getting
friends,
socials updated real quick, but go ahead.
I'm at a point where I need to transition because I'm going to be teaching in a few minutes. So Ben, it is delightful to meet you. Celeste, wonderful to meet you. Jennifer, I love you. Love to your family. And again, we're here for you, whatever you need. And I'm so grateful that this is happening today. And I'm cheering you on from a distance, even as I am hopefully preparing ministers for the next generation to be a little bit more loving and non-bigoted than the ministers that we currently have. So pray for me in that. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Thank you for this.
David, thank you so much for joining. Oh, he is delightful. That was so fun.
He seems like such a sweetie.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. So, Ben, welcome. It's great to have you here. Appreciate the bio. We've been talking about a whole bunch of stuff so far. Obviously, Jennifer and her kid, and things like that. Need to transition, yes. Relatable. So yeah, so we've been talking about what's hard, what's good, what we hope for, but something I love about all of your work is just how much you center joy and hope and things like that. And so I was hoping we could talk a lot about that.
If you insist, I'll talk about hope.
I figured you'd be willing to.
If you must.
Yeah. So I wanted to just start by asking, like, where does that come from? Right? Like, it comes out in all of your work, right? And it's I wish I could say it wasn't unique, but it's a somewhat rare thing amongst those doing public work as trans people. But can you talk about where that comes from?
Yeah. So I have been doing advocacy work for a long time. Some ways that I knew were advocacy, other ways that I didn't. When I came out, I very quickly became this like trans older brother kind of figure to a lot of people because nobody had really come out very visibly in my town or my area before. So I started leading this support group. It was this secret Facebook group for queer youth across the entire state of Connecticut. And we were hosting, speed dating events, and we were hosting friend making events, and we were hosting, Zoom calls or FaceTimes where we would say, okay, how did you get gender neutral bathrooms in your school? How did you get admin on board? And like doing this amazing organizing work that none of us had the words for to call it organizing. And it was in some ways really fun and in some ways really exhausting, especially because so many people were really expecting me to be very miserable. They had this story they told themselves that trans people are really dour, that they don't get to have good lives, that they don't get to grow up. And that was the story they told me too. So I spent a long time as the kind of stereotypical, angry, scared, depressed trans kid, feeling like there wasn't anything out there for me. And then I went to college and I was like, okay, I don't want to do any more trans advocacy work. I can't with it anymore because I was so burned out from just having to be this depressed trans guy that everyone was expecting me to be. And I'm a very playful person. I'm a very whimsical person. So I said, if I want to connect with fun, it means I have to disconnect from my transness. And so I did. I was like, I wasn't necessarily like stealth. Everybody knew that I was trans, but it just wasn't a thing that really came up ever. I still had a lot of dysphoria. And then as I started to go through some medical transition to find some more home in my body, as I started to find my voice in advocacy and start public speaking through giving a TEDx talk, all of a sudden in the beginning, I was like, okay, I can make a real difference here. It's still going to be really tiring, but I see the value in it. And I was dealing with a lot of really regular burnout in my advocacy work. And I decided that I needed to spend more time thinking about joy because no one else was going to pick that for me. I remember really acutely, I was giving a presentation. I had started my career as a public speaker in 2019, and I was giving a Zoom presentation sometime in 2020 to a law firm. And I was really happy I was doing the work, but every single one of them had their cameras off. And I was telling the story of like the worst moment of my life that I included in every single presentation that I gave because I said, this is my most powerful story because it's so heavy. And I would end every call feeling like I could cry or throw up or fall asleep. Like it felt awful. But I was like, this is what the people need. So I was on this call with all these lawyers and nobody is engaging. Nobody is showing any facial expressions. It was brutal. And I had this moment of like, I don't think the sad trans guy story is working. Certainly not working for me. And I don't even think it's working for them anymore. I need to do something different. And I want to try using joy to connect with people instead. So when people would ask for those sad stories, because I knew they wanted them, I wouldn't give it to them. I would say, let me flip that question on its head and tell you the story of the best thing that ever happened to me, my best ally, my most surprising family member journey. So I started to really push in this joyful way. And I found that it resonated with people and it charged them to action more. And as I started working with more parents of trans kids and saw that they had heard that same story of like, okay, your kid's going to be this really sad, dejected 20-year-old that's going to disappear from the face of the earth. Like the only story we talk about with trans kids is suicide statistics. That's not the whole story. I'm more than a suicide statistic. I'm included in those numbers, but I'm not just in that 40%. I am in the huge proportion of trans people that go on to have fulfilling, beautiful adult lives. So the joy, I've had a lot of moments in life, whether my personal life or my relationships or my work or my advocacy, where I've realized that that's going to be more effective. It's going to be more sustaining. So it's been a journey of me finding my place in joy. And now I'm at a place where I just say the joy is everything. I am absolutely militant in defense of my own joy and my community's joy. And we will not be able to get anywhere as a movement without joy.
I love that so much. That's so great. And yes, of course, we already have talked about various statistics and things like that. But also,
I think we talked about some joy.
We've been talking about the joy and the, trans joy and what, trans thriving, what we like to see.
Yeah. And like, I don't think that those statistics are like something we should be ignoring. Like, that's a legit statistic. And when I talk about joy, sometimes people in my life are like, oh, well, I don't want to share something bad with you because I know you're the joy guy. And like, no, hold on 1 second. I'm not a like head in the sand having a little dance party guy. We don't have any sand left. Where am I going to put my head? There's this definition that I think is really helpful, that happiness is a feeling based on circumstances. Joy is an attitude that defies circumstances. So it's not just that I'm like happy all the time. That's not really good for us. That's not really possible. Joyful is like when I go to the Missouri State Capitol, I'm not happy. It's not a happy place to be, but I'm joyful because I'm there with my community, because I'm choosing to be, right? I could sit there and say, oh, I hate that I'm here. I hate everybody. I'm going to sit by myself in the corner. And like, I could have a horrible day. Or I can choose to order 25 pizzas to my favorite elected official's office and do tarot readings for some of the kids that are there who need a way to calm down after their reading. And like, it's not a happy place, but we can choose joy even when things feel like they're falling apart. It's not the absence of those heavier emotions. It's being able to choose to be joyful, to come home to joy, even when we have tremendous fear, tremendous rage, tremendous grief. They're all going to exist and enrich each other.
I feel like I have a selfie of us and maybe Daniel, someone else, from the Capitol in the hearing room where we're smiling, because it was like
first carpool group.
Yeah.
I'd never been to the Capitol before, and Jennifer, Daniel, and Philip Deitch, and there was, I forget who it was, but there was someone who was like 14. We drove together, and it was like already I was going to go alone, and someone said you shouldn't go alone for your first time. Pick a carpool group. That's choosing joy. We got there, and the Bogard family hosted us all at 4 a.m. Said, who wants to pet my dog? Who needs a coffee? Who needs a snack? That's choosing joy. We choose to love each other. We laughed the whole car ride up. You all prepared us. We took selfies and met amazing people there. And then after, you all said, we have a tradition. We need to go get Central Dairy. We need ice cream to restore ourselves before the drive back. That's choosing joy. Wasn't a happy day, but it was a joyful one that you were a part of that moment. Like, that's when I really decided to become an advocate. I wasn't very politically involved before that moment. That was the start of my real legit hands in the dirt advocacy. And I think if we hadn't had that joyful experience, I don't know if I would have been able to go back. So you were a part of that really special.
What a joy to be part of that first moment.
I know.
Yeah, there was so much joy. I mean,
it was so fun. Besides the horrible parts, we had a great time.
That was always the case, that we, had our own little room outside of the main room where we had all kinds of joy.
Yeah, I was in a hearing recently that was like, went super late and was really long. And we were in a separate hearing room that had a TV up. And we were literally like, the heckling that was going on of the TV screen where the legislators were talking was like so healing as a community, that we're all here throwing stuff and swearing, and they couldn't hear us, but we were getting what we needed out of that.
Yep.
This reminds I also have had the experience, not nearly to that degree but getting to do some protesting with Jennifer in DC last year, and the protest was a protest. We have one incredible photo of us in front of Heritage Foundation with Billie, and
Nice.
Billie is expressing her feelings towards the Heritage Foundation.
Expressing all of our feelings, I think.
Yes, all of our feelings. I shouldn't just blame her. Yes, I accept Billie expressing on my behalf in that one. But then we finish that up. We go out for pizza. We get to hang out the rest of the day. It was a wonderful time.
Yeah.
So both the protesting and then the building the community and getting to hang out. I got to go to my first lesbian bar that night with some friends. At Skip Sandwich, who has been in the chat. I don't know if she's still there. Was part of that and got me a pink frilly drink that made me very, very, very happy. So it was after party was yes, exactly. Yep, there we go. But it was good. It's exactly what you're saying, right? There has to be both. Jennifer, I know you're gonna have to and it was so fun.
It was a great trip.
The getting to go around DC and see parts of DC I'd never seen before, and that were just really cool restaurants and bars and whatever. It was a good time. I wish I could get back there soon. But Jennifer, I know you're gonna drop off at some point soon, so I wanted to just see if you had anything you wanted to ask Ben while you're on the call, or Ben, if you had anything you wanted to ask Jennifer before she drops off. I wanted to see if the conversation goes there for a minute, but
I mean, I think you all definitely need to talk about that book that I see over your shoulder.
Yes.
You mean that one?
I mean that one.
Oh, I suppose.
We definitely will.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'd ask you is just where are you finding your joy right now? Even in these heavy moments, what does it look like for you to choose joy?
I mean, so this space right here is bringing me all kinds of joy. People tend to be where I find my joy. Conversations, fun things. David was talking about, the things that my family does together. We've been recently going to a whole lot of birthday parties. A lot of kids in our lives are having birthdays. And getting to spend that kind of time together doing something just for fun, just to celebrate one another and the people in our world.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that you have the space to do that. That's really wonderful. I know it's not easy, but people are good, even if the world is a disaster.
There are so many amazing people.
Yeah, I'm glad your people are showing up for you, and the people that are watching show up. We'll donate. We're going to support. We're going to subscribe monthly to the wonderful Jennifer Harris Dault Substack. Keep supporting y'all. When the systems fail us, the people show up.
All right. Well, I will join the chat and I will see you all later.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
Jennifer, we'll talk more in a little bit.
Okay.
So for those of you wondering, we're going to be back with Jennifer on the stream at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, and we're just going to do an ask us anything. So
Nice.
if you've got a great question, and anybody can interject on the chat with whatever question they feel like anytime. We don't have come on, we're queer. We don't have a lot of rules. But if you really want to get your question in and get some really good discussion around it, that's a great time to do that. So Ben, that amazing book you've got behind you, can any chance you can grab it and hold it up and everybody can? I would do that, except I left my copy of it upstairs in the kitchen. Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, it's a beautiful book. I don't know who did the cover art on it, but
I don't think I ever got the cover artist's name, but I need to. And I love, this is my baby. She's going to come out in paperback next year.
Ooh.
That has not been revealed yet for the internet. So you all watching this get to know that first.
Here we go.
Yeah. So this book is called My Child is Trans, Now What? A Joy-Centered Approach to Support. I started writing it oh gosh, in 2018, I started it because I was frustrated that it felt like all the books out there about supporting trans people, especially about supporting trans kids, were written by cisgender people. And I have some cisgender people that I absolutely adore. I love them. And I think some of them are very qualified to be writing books about it.
Sure.
Not usually the ones that are selected to write books about it, though. No shade. I think there are some great books out there, and like especially recently, there are some amazing books out there not by trans people that do still center trans perspectives. But at the time I was writing this, the books were all really misery focused, grief focused, and like, okay, your kid coming out has done something to you. Here's how you feel better about it. Here's how you stop crying. Here's like, they were painting a very incomplete picture. And I was talking to parents about it who were saying, hey, I love my kid. I'm on board. I just want to know what to do. And it's like all of these books are telling me, it's okay if you don't get it. It's okay if you don't want to support it. And like, no, I'm here with my kid. Put me in, coach. Put me to work. And so I wanted to write a book that talks about how the fun you could find in transition, the connection you can find in transition, the ways that you can make it so that your kid does not have to grow up in order to get support. I want my trans kid to be a kid. I want them to be stubborn and curious and confused and inquisitive and colorful and all the things, and short-tempered and impatient and all the things I expect a teenager or an 11-year-old or a 7-year-old to be. I want my kid to be all those things and get the love and support they need without having to advocate for themselves. So it's a very story-driven book. It's a very joy-driven book, while also being practical, right? It's not a book saying, your kid came out as trans. Everything is now easy and fine. I promise, I know that it's not.
Someday, that's the world we're going to build.
Exactly. I am future forward. I am focused on building a world where a kid can come out and know nothing but love. I'm fighting for that. And I think if you're listening to this, you are too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have my oldest is non-binary, and I often say I'm the work that I'm trying to do is trying to build the world that I want so that they get to live in it. Right? It's like I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't know how much of that world I'm going to get to live in. I'll take whatever pieces of it I can find, but I want them to get better for them. But so when you think about, I don't know, when you think about trans kids, I want to spend a little more time there. What does it look like for them to, I don't know, have an environment where they can thrive, where they can have that joy as they're moving through life? What do you see when you see trans kids that are really doing well? Kind of what did, both, you can answer it either way. Like, what does that look like, just seeing the trans kid? Like, what is that like, seeing a joyful trans kid? Because it's pretty amazing. And then also, like, what is the environment around them that's kind of important to make that happen?
So as a trans adult, I think it's a dual, beautiful, like healing relationship that it's so crazy for them to see a trans adult who's like writing books and telling stories and has a wife and has a dog and like, is like, someone called me old recently, which I was like, girl, I use too much moisturizer for you to call me old. Thank you. Also, I'm 26. But like, it's that I'm the oldest trans person some of these kids have ever seen. And like, I don't want that to be the case. But that they get to look at me and see a possibility model. That's so beautiful. And then I get to look at them, and something in me heals a little bit more every single time I see a trans kid dressing the way that they want to and playing with their friends and just feeling seen and celebrated exactly as they are. I get a little bit, that inner child in me cries a happy tear every time I see that. And it does bring me a lot of joy to know that my work is helping to make that happen in more families and more households. So I think, what does that like tactically look like? And I have this philosophy in my life that's called pragmatic utopianism. It is, I really love that term.
All right.
It basically says that I am both like, utopianist in that, like, I have really big dreams for the better world that I am trying to build. I want everything to be beautiful and loving, and I want us to lean on our relationships and communities. And I'm incredibly pragmatic in, like, where exactly are we right now? What are the challenges we're facing?
Right.
So my pragmatic utopianist answer to what does it look like right now, right here, for a trans kid to be thriving, it's for them to know that they have spaces they can come to where they are seen and loved exactly as they are by themselves and others. So I was talking to a family in North Carolina a couple years ago, and their kid wasn't ready to come out in school. She was in first grade. So she would go to school in her boy clothes, as she called them, not my words. She would go to school in her boy clothes. And we decided that it would be a fun exercise for the family to set up a little princess pop-up tent right at the door of their house. So she would get home from school, and first thing she would do is go through her little transformation ritual, become a princess, come home to her safe space and to herself, and then come out of the tent as her every day. And even in a world that some might have described as totally hostile, she had this space every day where she got to play and have fun and be a kid and be seen completely as herself and by her family. It's not about fixing the world. In the long term, it is. But in the short term, how can I build spaces right now where my kid gets to feel seen? For the first 8 months of my transition, I didn't come out to almost anyone. I had my best friend, my girlfriend, and my girlfriend's mom and her, like, mom's boyfriend and her brother. And I hadn't come out to my family yet. And so 99% of my week, I was a girl and I was totally invisible to the people around me, and it sucked. And then Friday night would come and I would go over to her mom's house, and her boyfriend would bring an old suit jacket and tie. And I would sit and they would order pizza. That was their Friday night family tradition, was Domino's. And I would sit at their table while they ate their Domino's. And I would eat my Domino's too, in an oversized suit jacket and a tie. And they would all call me sir, and they would call me Mr. Greene, and they would call me Ben. And these couple hours a week, I knew that no matter how the world might feel, I was seen as I was by myself and others. And in the long term, getting to be involved, getting to feel empowered, getting to feel like I have a voice that makes a difference, whether because it means my parents listen to me when I say I don't feel safe with that family member, or that I can go and testify at my school board because I don't feel safe at school. Knowing that I have some level of autonomy about some part of my life, that someone cares how I feel, and that my voice can do something, and that I can envision a better future for myself. I think that's what it looks like for trans kids to thrive right now. And to ask them, because I don't know what your trans kid needs, to whoever might be listening to this. I don't know what they need, but they might. So sit down with them and say, hey, I want to start working some joy into our life. Here are a couple ideas. You don't have to tell them, what do you think it looks like to bring more joy in? Because they might not know. But saying, I have 5 ideas. Do any of these sound fun to you? Do you want to do dress-up dinners at home, or go a few towns over, or do a makeup class and we can learn how to draw on beards? I really liked to shave before I started testosterone so that I could have that ritual that felt like, for me, it was my connection to masculinity. Yeah. And it was my, like, oh, that's why I have no facial hair, because I shave every day. Not because things growing. I'm shaving.
Yeah. That one is so funny, because I always hated and still hate shaving, and it's the double whammy of, like, the facial hair is dysphoria driving, and shaving is dysphoria driving, and so it was just but no, I love that for you.
If you're the mom of a trans daughter, shave together, make it girl time, like put on some Chappell Rowan and have a little girl shaving party. That's like brilliant. The solutions don't all have to be like legal critical thinking, like, well, you can just feel better. Like, have a play date, have a slumber party, have fun. We need to use joy to sustain ourselves. It's okay to play. I think it's good to play.
Yeah, I love that so much. And having those spaces, I love that you talked about, even just having that once a week time, right, where you could connect. You could I'm sure some people outside of you saw that as, I'm going to go play dress up. I imagine to you it felt like, I finally get to take the costume off for a couple hours a week. And I don't know if you've seen the movie I Saw the TV Glow.
I haven't yet because I'm actually a very scaredy cat little baby.
It's
It
yeah.
seems kind of scary.
It's not like a horror movie, like traditionally horror movie scary. And I don't know a trans person who hasn't been kind of wrecked by it.
I know. It
Because
seems like it will be creepy and emotionally devastating, which I'm okay with being emotionally devastated, but I'm just so easy to spook.
No, it's not particularly spooky. That part was. I don't do scary movies. I don't do scary movies at all. And yet I watched it, and it wasn't hard in that way.
Hey.
Like the parts that were more traditionally scary movie were like so campy that like it didn't hit on that level, right?
Is it like gory or jump scary? Okay, all right. Yeah. The people who keep recommending it to me are like beloved trans community members who love horror movies, and they're like, it's not that scary, and I'm like, cool. I don't trust you at all. I love you, but I don't trust you. So you telling me you don't do scary, I can.
Yeah. So the scary is all like emotional, existential, that sort of thing.
Normal stuff.
Yeah. But there is a character on it, and I won't go full spoilers, but there is a character on it who at one point in their life, the character is is transy, right? And at one point in their life, the part that brings that out is they get together once a week for an hour with a friend from school, and they watch this show that is definitely targeted at the gender that they are, not the gender everybody thinks they are. Right. And they get to do this, and that brings them out, and they get to be themselves and things like that. But the rest of their life is not that. And I think it's just so important. I remember so many times, somebody, people will ask me like, oh, Powerpuff Girls. I'm like, in what way would I have been able to watch a show called Powerpuff Girls, right, without people looking at me, right? And when I was so afraid of people seeing that part of me. And so over the last couple of years, I've been watching through Gilmore Girls with my partner, and it's been so healing. It's been so great, and just being able to do these things. And so I love the idea of giving that to kids and finding ways of letting them be themselves.
That's one of my favorite phrases. It's never too late to have a happy childhood. You can just do it now. Have the slumber party, watch the movie, watch the TV show, buy yourself the princess skirt, do anything you want. Have that little kid time. You get to do that as a grown-up. We have free will. Do it.
I went to a Pride event a little over 2 years ago. I think it was one of my very first Pride events, and they had a face painting booth, and it's generally meant for the kids, but there was nobody there. It was late in the day, so there was no line or anything. I just asked, I was like, could you do mine? And she's like, yeah, of course, get over here. And she does this big sparkly transy colored butterfly with whatever, and oh my gosh, I was smiling ear to ear for 3 days after that. That's
so awesome. And my arc too has been, I think there's such an interesting relationship of it's much more socially acceptable to explore masculinity than it is to explore femininity.
Sure.
And for me, finally feeling like I was free to be really masculine, because I was kind of that tomboy for a while.
Sure.
And then when I came out, I was like, great, I never have to do any of that girl stuff again. That internalized misogyny came out really strong, that I was like, I can't do girl stuff. And so I was kind of putting myself in this male box, because I was so I need everyone to see me as I am, and that requires me to play this role. And once I started testosterone and grew my little soul patch, my shaggy beard, then I was like, okay, wait, oh, thank you. I was like, oh my God, I get to explore my femininity now as a man, which was so different from exploring it as a woman, and like getting to wear pink and getting to paint my nails and getting to like be flashy and sparkly and like do these things that before felt just like proof that I wasn't actually trans, and now feel like the color in this really rich tapestry of like, you know, I forget where I was. Somebody was reading a poem. Oh, one of my dear friends, Andy, has a poem that says, I am a plate piled high at the gender buffet. And I love that.
So good. That's so good. I love it. I like the idea of you getting to explore your femininity as a man, and I think that's a good way of putting it. I know I have a complicated relationship with the like, okay, I still love watching football, right? I still enjoy using my power tools and things like that, right? Like
power tools are so cool.
Power tools are cool, right? Like, right? They're cool, right? And the Ryobi ones come in this awesome neon green and everything, right? It's cool. I love it. But I'm always, it's complicated because I'm always worried that like somebody's going to see that and be like, oh, see, you're still a man, right? Or something. I'm like, are you really going to be that misogynistic right now to say power tools are only a man's thing? Like, come on.
This is why transphobia hurts everybody. It's also very bad for cis people.
Yes. I had one person once try and be like, they came at me at being transphobic with like, I'm married and have 2 kids, and they were like, really? I bet your wife is still the one who like stays home and does all the housework. And I was like, did you just are you sure you want that to be your take here?
Yeah, this is we're gonna double down on this one. You
right?
Try again. I'll give you a free pass.
Right? Like, I was like, that's bold to try and go after my gender by saying, well, real women stay home. Like real women belong in the home. Like, you? Yeah. There's a whole thing. And at the moment, I do stay home with the kids and make dinner and everything. Like, I do actually happen to do that, but that's at the moment function.
My wife is cisgender. She's a doctor though, so I am a well-kept man.
There you go.
I made bread today. The laundry's done.
Ooh.
I love being a stay-at-home husband. It's great. And like I do actually like do a lot of work, but we're getting ready to have kids, and I plan on being stay-at-home dad, and I can't freaking wait.
Amazing. I love that. I wanted to talk to you if you're up for it, but you already kind of touched on it a little bit, and I'm just looking at the guests that we have today, and I think it's an important part of the conversation. It's not the only part of the conversation, but you're maybe the guest that makes most sense to talk with about this for a little bit. But in terms of access to medical care for trans kids, because Jen has talked about that is one of the reasons they don't feel comfortable in this country anymore, because they're not sure that will be available to them should they need that. What have you seen in terms of like, why is that important? What does that do for the kid to have that in their life? And again, very happy to keep a joy-centered lens on this and things like that. But you mentioned the testosterone getting your beard to come in and everything like that, and but just do you have things you can say about that?
What I'd really say is that gender affirming care for some people who are trans and for some people who are not trans gives us an opportunity to build a home in our bodies. Everyone deserves to feel at home in their body. And gender affirming care is one such tool to allow that to happen. It is not given out willy-nilly. It is not given out, I think probably the audience watching this does not need to be persuaded about some of the misinformation that comes up around gender affirming care. But it's a magical tool that is given out under such strict, okay, if this really is the right call for this kid, let's help them find that home in their bodies. And it helps find that safety. So for puberty blockers, what an amazing pause button, specifically for people who are worried about the long-term effects. Puberty blockers is the answer to that.
Yes.
Is the answer to, like, a lot of trans people might just say, well, we could start hormone therapy earlier, so I'm going through puberty on the timeline with all my peers, but like, we accept that puberty blockers are the part of the journey so that we have more time to pause and think about it, make sure that it's the right call. So it gives kids space. It gives them the ability to not go through the wrong puberty, right? People think that it's like, well, why can't they just wait? I'm someone who just waited. I didn't get any medical care until after I was 18, even though I knew I was trans from a much younger age. Yeah. And so my medical transition has been reparative. My medical transition has been focused on fixing the changes that puberty wrought on my body, some of which are not fixable. Once your hips grow out, that's really hard to put those back in. Once your voice gets deeper, it's hard to bring that back up. There are certain irreversible consequences of puberty and irreversible things about HRT. So you're kind of, I don't want to use the term pick your poison because I don't want to associate the word poison with HRT, but like, you have to pick which risks you're willing to take. And that's why I think it matters so much to talk about joy also, because when we're just saying you should let your kid go on HRT so that they don't kill themselves, which is the predominant narrative, that's really hard. And then when someone says, but what if they regret it? You have two fears that are pretty much the same weight pushing you in opposite directions. You don't know where to go. When I say, look at what your kid stands to gain, look at how much, like, they can have a body that aligns with how they want it to be. They can feel at home in themselves. They can find this comfort they're looking for. I'm so much more joyful feeling like I look at myself and I recognize the person in the mirror for the first time. That's amazing. So focusing on what do we stand to gain versus what do we lose if we don't allow it, I think is so helpful and meaningful in our conversations. And I really want to highlight that, like, trans kids have existed for so long, and popular access and easy access to medical care for trans kids is really new in the scheme of the existence of the trans community. And a lot of parents of trans kids I've talked to have been really, really panicking about, are they trying to erase us? How will we live without this? And I do want to highlight that it is not, it's so hard for me to walk this line. I am fighting with everything that I have to protect and restore access to gender-affirming care for trans young people. And it is not the be-all, end-all, life or death on this thing. This community has existed for a very long time without access to these, like, really easy public supports. And there are ways you can continue to affirm your kid if you don't have access to care right now. You can talk about shapewear, chest binders, packing underwear, tucking underwear. You can talk about affirming makeup. We can talk about affirming clothing and hairstyles, and having a community that will use the right pronouns, even if you have a visible chest. There are ways we can survive this. And if you want to, I can do a recap of, like, what's actually going on with gender affirming care and what are the threats, because I'm very politically involved. But I also, if that's not the vibe right now, don't have to do that. But I know it's really scary. A lot of people are they're hurting, they're panicking, they're afraid. And I get it. I can't tell you not to panic, but I can remind you that this community has existed for centuries. And in the grand scheme of things, the support we have right now culturally is better than we've ever had in all of human history. Sure. That my whole job is to walk around and say, I'm trans.
At least in Western culture. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And I think maybe I'll adapt that to say, since colonization, we have never had a more culturally supportive moment for the trans community, which feels like a big statement. And, like, it's very recent that we had 3 articles laws that you could not cross-dress in public, and that it was basically unheard of to support your kid. And now there's millions of members of PFLAG, and, like, we have some big problems, some things that are very scary. But throwing around words like erasure, we know how to survive. We've been doing that for a while, and we are going to keep fighting to improve where we are.
Yeah, I think I always see it as, like, the community will survive. always, right? Like you can't,
Yeah.
like many cultures, governments, authorities, religions, etc., have tried
Yes.
to stamp
If
out,
it was going to work, it would have worked by now. We're
right?
still very large.
And nobody's managed to do it, and they never will, right? And also, and we've got, Trans Day of Remembrance in a few weeks here, right? Some won't make it, right? Is that tension that I hold, is like the community will, and I just want as many of us as possible to be there when we get through it, right?
Absolutely.
I want everybody to be along for it, but
and that's that pragmatic utopianism. I know that we are continuing to build a better world for the trans and queer community. And I know that right now there are some real threats we have to face. And so that focusing on joy is saying, how do I help as many people as possible survive the world that we're in right now to get to the world that we're trying to build? Because it's hard. It's scary. I get it.
Exactly. Why don't you go ahead, if you've got kind of a few minute summary on gender affirming care? Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. So I really want to highlight, there is a tremendous amount of fear mongering, and we need to be really careful with who we are listening to. And when I listen to somebody talk about it, my first question is also, what are the facts here and what is the trauma here? A lot of our community is carrying a lot of fear, a lot of trauma, which is not unreasonable at all. But there are certain people, whether they're in my personal life or advocates that I know or public figures, who are speaking first and foremost from their trauma. From, I read this tweet from a senator and I'm going to write about it as inside this senator's plan to destroy gender affirming care. So I really want us to know that executive orders are not laws. And that we have a tremendous amount of allies and advocates fighting for us, and a skill of mobilization that we did not have during the last Trump presidency. The last Trump presidency, we were scrambling constantly. We were not well organized because nobody thought he could win. So we didn't do any planning. And we spent the first year in reaction mode, often very, very delayed. When we have seen executive orders targeting the trans community thus far, the lawsuits have often been filed within an hour to an hour and a half afterwards. There were 4 lawsuits filed within the first minute of the Trump presidency.
Wow.
We've had over 300 lawsuits filed, I think probably now closer to 400, filed against the Trump administration, many of them successful. So I really want to highlight that when I'm about to talk about some of the attacks that we're, aware that might happen, we are also have a significantly more prepared machine of community support and of legal strategies. We have so many prongs of our strategy to respond to these things. So I'm also not I'm not in Congress. I'm not leading one of the major nonprofits. So I'm not going to share anything that's secret information. But there are a couple of major.
I don't know. You shared about the paperback of your book, so
I did share the paperback secret. That is true.
We got one good
I'll
secret.
Share my own secrets. I won't share other people's secrets. So there are a couple of different pathways of things that we're worried about when it comes to gender affirming care. For young people, there's definitely concern about a federal bill targeting, a full nationwide ban on gender affirming care for young people. And that will, notably, nothing's going to happen overnight, right? The pathway for an actual ban on the care itself to happen would be through both houses of state. That's going to take a tremendously long time. So we'll have a lot of advance notice if that seems like it's actually going to pass, which it hasn't even been proposed yet. And they're still shut down. They're not doing anything.
Right.
So what we're more likely to see is potentially attacks on coverage for Medicare and Medicaid and on hospital infrastructure, saying that if you provide, gender affirming care, you cannot receive any federal funding. Some folks think that they might say, gender affirming care to adults. Some folks think they might say overall. We'll see lawsuits immediately either way. But it's important to understand people all really love the Instagram screenshot of don't comply in advance. Yes. Some people are complying in advance in a way that's really frustrating. If a hospital loses their federal funding, they have 1 week. They will be able to operate for 1 week, and then they will have to close. They will have to put literally every single patient outside on the street.
Right.
That's not an option. So I want us to be really specific with where we are directing our anger. Your personal doctor is not the one making the decision to stop care. Please stop sending death threats to the doctors that do gender affirming
Oh,
care.
good Lord. Yeah.
They're having a bad time. The people who lead the gender affirming care centers that have paused care, also not the ones who are making these decisions by and large.
Right.
It is the top level hospital people. And to them, I say protest. Make sure they know that their community cares, but be specific with where we're directing our anger. So we might see attacks on hospitals' ability to cover that. So we'll see increasing reliance on online systems like Plume, Folks, Queer Med, and Queer Doc. We'll see people who are reaching out to,
For those who don't know, those are online sources of HRT.
Yes, those are online vetted, safe doctors who can help you access HRT. We'll see private clinics, right? If you're not at a hospital, you don't have to accept Medicare and Medicaid. So looking at things like micro grants will be very helpful if your insurance is no longer covering your care.
Sure.
So the attacks on coverage are our most likely concerns that will be likely immediately challenged. These brilliant advocates on our side have thought of every possible route by which they might come for gender affirming care and basically just need a plaintiff. So if your care is affected about something that there hasn't yet been a lawsuit about, reach out and tell them, hey, I'd like to sue the government because they need individuals who are impacted by these rulings and these laws. So the way that government works, we will not see an immediate overnight something happens and the care is gone. From a national level, a hospital might decide we're not doing care anymore. And that's really bad. That's horrible. I feel so much like it hurts my heart so tremendously for the families impacted by that. And there's not going to be a nationwide total stop that happens overnight. And certainly not one that happens overnight that stays for any long period of time, because we've been largely very effective in those preliminary injunctions, in those temporary restraining orders. Those are all wins. We are killing time. Every day in which a member of my community gets to safely receive their health care is a victory. I can't promise, I don't trust the Supreme Court either, but I trust that they're slow. I trust that they take a minuscule percentage of all the cases put before them every session. I trust that we have a set amount of time that we need to survive and focus on midterms, focused on 2028 elections, ways to say in this moment, how are we getting through and accessing our care as safely as possible, as long as possible? And how are we making sure that we can start to undo some of this damage soon? Harm reduction is the name of the game right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, to me right now, the fact that we are, I'm keeping very much track of, okay, we are 9 months and 8 days in, right? And, to me, my clock kind of gets to, can we get to next July, right?
Yeah.
Because if we can get to next July, okay, then Congress is all running. They're all running their campaigns for November. They're not doing governance at that point. And at that point, then it's all about the midterms. And, if we can get either one, right? If we can get the House or the Senate, that dramatically reduces the options.
If you want to show your senator that talking about trans people matters, donate or phone back or get involved with the Virginia election. That governor race is going to be a referendum on trans people in politics. It's a turning point because the Republican candidate for governor is running entirely on an anti-trans platform, like many people did, and it's not working so far. Her polling is very bad. And so even other Republican leaders have started to say, oh, another commercial for her.
I saw that.
About the transgender thing again. And this is awesome. So everyone's watching this race. They're taking notes. What's happening in New York City? What's happening in Virginia? So if you want to see progressive politics and progressive candidates, look to the progressive races right now, because establishment Democrats are watching to see what's winning, because that's what counts, is what's winning. So I know everyone gets to presidential elections as well. I'm mad that it's not a very progressive candidate. This is the answer to that. We get involved now in our off season, which there's no such thing as off season anymore. We get involved in these local progressive elections that then our big elections take note. They see what's working. They see what people care about. They count the number of calls they get on an issue. So I think that we'll get to that campaigning time, and the the grounds are shifting. Something is changing in a way that I think is hard to exactly explain, but I have a tremendous amount of optimism for what we're fighting for. So right now we just need to help each other survive as best we can to get to the groundswell of change that is coming, and that in many ways is already here.
Yeah. And that's to bring back why we're on this call, right? This is what we're trying to do is you're right, there is so much good work happening. And also, right, it's and for me, I'm in California, I'm in a blue state, I'm in a relatively protected area, I have all manner of privilege working for me. That makes it, when people, oh, are you gonna leave or stay or whatever? I'm like, I'm still in this, right? I'm not ready to call it. My non-binary kid doesn't need medical care and things like that. They just need a supportive school, and they've got that and things like that. But then I look at someone like Jennifer and her family, and I'm like, I get it. If I was them, they've got, it's very easy to understand why not just get somewhere where I know that things will be okay.
Right. And I think there's this expression that I actually kind of hate, that people say, put on your oxygen mask before helping others. I think that phrase is very incomplete. Right? Because if I'm on the plane and my oxygen mask is tangled, the air is not flowing, I'm panicking, I'm starting to turn blue, and Michael Phelps is sitting next to me, that man's semi-aquatic. He could probably help half the plane put their masks on without any negative effect to him or his body, because he can hold his breath.
Yeah.
So it's not just put on your oxygen mask first. I'm not always going to choose the quote unquote selfish option. I'm going to learn how to listen to my body and know where can I hold my breath and where can I not hold my breath. And that's where we're in right now. I can't tell everybody we don't need to leave or we should all be running away, because there's not a universal answer. The answer is for yourself.
Yeah.
Where can you hold your breath? What privileges do you have? What resources do you have access to? What things are threatening, right? I don't go to protests because as a trans person, I can't afford to be arrested. That's not a situation. I don't feel comfortable being at a large scale protest because that's not a place where I can hold my breath. But being in difficult conversations with people who are really resistant, getting on the phone with somebody's grandma because they don't want to use they, them pronouns, I can hold my breath there because patience is a resource that I am really good at. So you got to figure out for yourself, where can I hold my breath? Not just saying, let me put on my oxygen mask first, but where is it safe for me? Where is it not safe for me? What does it look like to have the oxygen that I need to keep moving forward, or to just not be harmed by an environment that's harmful for other people? It's you got to know yourself. You got to learn to listen to your body and your needs, because you're not the same as anybody else in their situation.
Right. Yeah. And I love that. And, that concept of, knowing what we can bring and what we can't bring. Right. And I'm like, yeah, there are protests I will go to. The little one over in Claremont, that's, a bunch of grandmas on the street corner. And I don't even think I've ever seen a cop car drive by, much less, anybody try and start it. Just people partying on the street corners with, whatever. And, things like that. That's fun. The more significant ones and things like that, I'm like, yeah, I can't take that risk. Right. Like, that's not, both being trans and also I'm aspiring to be a teacher and things like that. I'm like, that's too big of a risk for me. And so finding other ways. But then also flipping that and looking at, like, as a community, looking for, okay, here's, my friend or whatever, and they're bringing this to them and they can't engage this other way, so I can help them in that. Right. It's that jigsaw puzzle.
Allyship is many directional. As a white person, I'm an ally to my friends of color. As a man, I'm an ally to my wife and to other women. As a Jewish person, I need allies of people who are not, who are from a majority religion. Like, the allyship is constant, multi-directional, And different situations, you have different abilities to hold your breath. So I can do more for my neighbors. I just moved to Southern California from Missouri. So it's safer for me to engage in things than my neighbors who are immigrants.
Right.
So I can hold my breath in a different way. So figuring out for where you are, for the things you care about, where can you hold your breath? Where can you not?
Yeah. I love that. I love that. I wanted to, shoot, I was just thinking of something that was going to be fun to ask you about.
Oh no, I love fun questions.
It was going to be fun. I was going to make an observation, and I was going to ask, I was going to observe something and then ask you kind of where are you seeing, kind of these glimmers of hope, and these things that kind of keep you saying, okay, yeah, we're getting somewhere. I went to, a couple of the protests earlier this year. I went to the No Kings in May, and I was glad I was there, and I always take my big trans flag and I'm waving it everywhere and whatever. It's fun, and I love the trans flag anyway, so it's makes me happy every time I see it. But I took it and it was good to be there, and also my heart just kind of stopped for a minute, because I think there were 1,000 people there, and the only other person who had a sign or anything that even mentioned trans people was a relative of mine. And I was just like, do people not know? Like, do people not know? Like, and I'm not, no shade to any of the other causes. Every other sign I saw there, I was like, yes, that's valid. But I would start talking with people and they would have absolutely no idea what was going on. This time I went, and I don't know, there were more people, but probably 2 dozen people at least had, a little trans heart on their sign or something like that. Multiple people with flags. And I was like, okay, people are starting to catch that this is happening. And I was getting less of the, wait, what? That's happening? And more of the like, okay, your flag is the trans one, right? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, okay, yeah, it's terrible what he's doing, right? And I was like, okay, we're getting something out there. And that gave me a little, it's little progress, but it was, kind of what we need. So anyway, I know we're about to wrap up on time for you, but I don't know if you can leave us with, kind of what are those things that are giving you that?
I see that kind of thing constantly and everywhere. My whole job is to travel to really random places. And I do work, I've done 150 free PFLAG presentations. And I meet with indivisible chapters in rural North Carolina and the mountains. And I go a lot of places that everyone says, well, I'm in a bubble. Out there, though, that's really red. And then I'll go there and I'll meet the amazing people there. And they'll say, well, we're in a bubble, but out there, it's really red. And then I'll go there and I'll meet the amazing people there. And get rid of this notion of there's a bubble, of there's a pocket of good people and I'm surrounded in an environment of hate, because actually you're not. And most people are not one-dimensional cartoon villains.
Right.
More people than I have ever seen are showing up at PFLAG meetings and saying, hey, my kid is trans. I need to figure out how to support them, even though I'm a Baptist minister, like I was talking to in Charlotte a few weeks ago, who heard me on the radio and just decided to come to the event about trans youth mental health. Or people saying, okay, I want to do an ally. I think I need to be doing more. I need to be a better ally. I'm ready to ask questions. I'm ready to admit that I was wrong. I'm ready to support my kid more actively. I'm ready to run for office. I'm seeing everywhere I go. And it's not just blue states. I work in Iowa. I work in Michigan. I work in Virginia, North Carolina. I go anywhere. Talk to people in Florida. Look up what's happening with Florida and the rainbow crosswalks right now, and the consistency of the protesters showing up to draw the rainbows on, even though they're probably going to get arrested again.
So good.
Amazing to see how many people are showing up. So the hope is literally everywhere. You have to decide to look for it, though. If you decide the world is hateful, you'll find evidence of that. You find whatever you decide to look for. So if you decide that people are loving and that the world can be good and that we're fighting for change, you'll find that too if you decide you want to look for it.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Ben, meet Miche. Miche, meet Ben.
Hi, Miche.
Hi.
in the little we're on brand. We're doing a little transition here.
Love it.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
But as we wrap up, Ben, any last thoughts?
Oh
that you want
gosh,
to
I
share?
would say just keep taking care of each other. The systems might fail us, but people and community, this is what we have. This is how we've survived so long as a group, is each other. Please do not forget to lean on each other, to ask for help, to offer help, to tell your friends you love them. There is never an amount that is too much to tell someone that you love them. Keep telling the people you love that you have their back, that you're with them, that we'll get through this, and that you want to be there for them. And we will get through this if we have each other. Community is the best thing we have right now.
Absolutely. And donate link in the description.
Yes,
This
please
video, if you want to go do that right now.
Beautiful Dault family.
Right now.
Get there in that description. These are such amazing people. They deserve to feel safe. And I'm going to be here fighting for all of us. And it's reasonable to say, I need to take a little break.
Yeah.
I need to get out of here. So let's get some safety for some amazing people.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Ben. Delightful talking to you, meeting with you.
Thank you for having
Can't
me.
wait for your book to come out in paperback and get it more in the world. Audio book? Any chance of an audio book on its way?
I am working on producing it myself. I have a wonderful friend who has a podcast called Relationscapes that has offered so generously to produce it for me. So it is a work in progress and will be out there hopefully sometime in the next few months. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I have a real hard time reading paper books, and
I know I wanted that accessibility out there.
Only reason I haven't gotten through yours, but the moment it comes out on audiobook, you better believe I'm going to get through it quick.
Amazing.
Ben, what's this book you're talking about? I'm just jumping on.
The book that I wrote called My Child is Trans, Now What? A Joy-Centered Approach to Support. Because it was about an actual trans person wrote a book about supporting trans kids that wasn't just all about grief. So very excited.
Yes, I am excited about that. Thanks for writing that.
My pleasure. Cool. Right. Well, thanks for being here, Miche. Thank you so much for having me, Celeste. Jennifer, I know you're watching. I love you. I love all of you. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thanks so much, Ben. Appreciate it.
Bye, y'all.
All right. Yes, Jennifer, I see that in the chat. I'm gonna throw that up there. To be clear, we will continue to fight even after. I know you will. Knowing you, I don't know how you wouldn't. I don't know. I would be so contrary to who I know you to be as a person. So I know you'll be doing that. So, Miche, welcome. It is so good to see you, and your hair is phenomenal today. I just
thanks.
So it's just perfection. So
I'm like in between. I had bangs, and now it's too long for bangs. So I'm like, okay. Do I need to go back to bang? I don't know.
It looks great.
Thanks.
Whatever you're doing is working. Whatever you're doing is working for you.
Yay! How are you doing? I haven't seen you in like forever.
It's been a minute. I haven't seen you since QCF back in January, I think. Yeah.
You're going in January, right?
I will. You're going to be there too?
Yes, and we're gonna host another dinner lunch thingy, TMC dinner lunch thingy. Yes,
one of my favorite events of the year. We should talk about that a little bit in case people want to come join us. But
yes, absolutely.
No, it's so good, and I know Micah Melody is going to be there and keynote. Doing one of the keynotes.
That's right.
So exciting!
Right. I was just about to message them. It's like, hey y'all. I want y'all to consider Micah Melody, but then it's too late. They were already on it.
They already got up, which is great. We love to see it. So, so we've got you here for, I don't know, half an hour or so. And it's going to be fun. And I don't know, do you know Jennifer at all, or?
I don't. Hi, okay. Jennifer. Is Jennifer looking? Hi, Jennifer.
Jennifer is on the chat.
Tell me all about Jennifer.
So Jennifer is amazing. She's incredible. She she called herself earlier a queer parent of a trans child. She has a trans
like that.
daughter, and they are they already moved from Missouri to New York to
Okay.
try to protect their trans kid, and now with new administration, they're saying nope. We need to move out of the country and get somewhere that is more reliably safe, which I completely understand and respect and support. So
Yes.
that is what we are trying to do, and it's also just I will never get over how heartbreaking it is that we now have people who are literally fleeing this country, and that makes sense, right? This isn't just like,
Oh yeah.
I'm fleeing the US because I read some random article that said we're going to have killer squirrels in 10 years, right? Like this
Exactly.
isn't some phantom stuff, right? This is
It's like actual stuff. No,
Yeah.
I agree. That is like I always have a go bag because I am a dual citizen.
Yeah.
And there was moments that I was like, oh, wait, do we need to like actually make plans? But yeah, no. If people are leaving, I understand.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. It's rough. It's unfortunate that that's where we're at, but that is where we're at. But we just got done talking with Ben about trying to have joy where we can, which I love, and
Yes.
so good to keep in focus. But before we move on, do you want to introduce yourself? Who is Miche, this mystery person who has joined this call?
With my Harry Potter
Yeah.
we went before I introduced myself. Last Friday we went as J.K. Rowling's worst nightmare. So I went dressed up as Draco Malfoy with a very, very, very short skirts. And my wife was Hermione, and we were holding hands. And you could kind of see we were at a square dancing event. It's kind of like a queer square dancing event. And it was kind of fun to see because in that square dancing event, there's a lot of people who grew up with Harry Potter, but they're like, wait, what do I do right now? And they saw us and were like, there's kind of something you could see in their faces that there's validation. Like, wait, we get to decide the narrative here? Like, yeah, sure. So it was kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Anyway, my name is Miche van Essen, Dr. Miche van Essen. I live in Richmond, Virginia. And I am the director of operations of Transmission Ministry Collective.
Yes.
And that is an organization that is founded by trans people to support trans people. We host support groups at least 3 times a week. We have online, not in person. Although in January at Q,
yes,
we will have one. Yes, and we let's see. We are we're let me Peter is going to kill me if I don't say this right. We seek to cultivate the full spectrum of trans flourishing. That's part A of what we do, and we build toward a better world, toward a world where all are made free. So the first part of that vision statement is all about that we are not transitioning by ourselves. In my case, it was with spouses. In other people's cases, it's with parents. And in other people's case, it's with entire churches or communities. So if we want trans flourishing, we need to support, help, and educate the entire community around the trans person. So that's kind of where that comes from. I'm proud of my team. They came up with that.
I love it. That's great. Looks like Skip Sandwich says hi. I'm
hi.
Trying not to use real names because I don't know if I should, but yeah, no, and it sounds like it's partially her fault that you're part of TMC these days. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
That's great.
You get to see all the YouTube chats thingy, live stream thingy.
Yes, I think you can too. If you click, there should be a little chatty button.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you can see the chat as it comes in.
You are very, you are very right.
Yes.
Um,
I'm discovering all this as we go, so it's it's we're professionals here.
yeah, look at that, and you pulled up that comment, like, that was
Right?
super cool. Yeah,
Right?
that
I
meant
felt real cool doing that.
yes.
I'll be
My name is
honest.
Celeste Oven. I host
Hey,
this
Sam.
show. Exactly. Skip Sandwich. Yes. Hi, Sam.
Yes.
Hope you're doing well. And yes,
I used your actual name earlier today, and then I was like, oh shoot, I don't know if I was supposed to, but now it's good to know that I can. So anyway,
it's public. It's public.
good to see you, Sam. So
yes. That's who I am.
Yeah.
And I am here. Can you tell me and whoever's watching right now, because I'm here, why I'm here?
Yeah, you're here because you're awesome, and because we are trying to support Jennifer Harris Dault and her family as they move out of the country, or to enable them to move out of the country to protect their trans daughter, which it is as difficult as it can be sometimes to be a trans adult in this country right now. Trans kids are getting even more of the being targeted and things like that. Worries about passports and travel or medical care or finding supportive schools and things like that. There's all manner of things. So we are trying to raise money to get them somewhere safe where their trans kid can survive. And so while I've got you here, as somebody who does a lot of work trying to support the trans community and everything like that, just I would love to talk about supporting trans kids and like why is that so important, and things like that. So let's start there. Like, why for you is it so important? Like, why don't we just say, they'll be adults someday, then they can do this trans thing? That's a grown-up hobby, right?
Yeah, that one hits deep, right?
Right.
I'm from 1981.
Yeah.
I'm
We just
44
got
now.
a little staticky something.
Do I need to change mics?
Can you just try and mute your... Oh, there we're good. There we are. Oh, but now you're muted?
Hi.
You're back and good.
Back and good.
Yes.
Awesome. Don't touch anything, Lana. Yes. Wait. Yes, this one hits deep because I was born in 1981.
Yep.
I'm 44 years old right now. Why should we? There was nothing for us.
Right.
I'm laughing right now, but I came out 5 years ago after denying myself forever.
Right.
And every time I try to come out, there's multiple times that I came out in my life, it was met with either conversion therapy, with people from my own queer community telling me, oh, you shouldn't do that, you're gonna look like a man with a wig, or I was it was just the wrong time, the wrong place. So I say this very carefully because I am an older lady that came out at a later age, and I'm happy I did. And there's so many benefits to coming out later. Absolutely. Like my kids, that's amazing. Sure. I have grown up money, also amazing. We already have a house, there's amazing things. That being said, the struggle is real to do things at a later age, not just like transitioning physical appearances or the social transition. I'm talking about my whole mental mindset of things that are baked in my brain that I just wish I had some tools when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I find it important that kids grow up in a gender expansive world where there's no limitation to gender. That's how I'm raising my kids. And not just so that they can be respectful to their own gender identity, but they can be a solid community for everything that you and I didn't have growing up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, Sam. Exactly.
We did that sneakily, right? We
Yeah, I
switch
guess.
and bait there.
Yeah.
The joke's on them. The joke's on there you go, professional. The joke's on them though. My son is super masculine and my daughter is super girly. So listen.
Yeah.
Apparently if you have trans parents, your kids become cis.
That's not been my experience.
You're like, Lana, shh, that's not true. Just you wait. Yeah.
Wait, yeah, no, it's funny. We have a non-binary. Our oldest is non-binary, so
Yay.
which is they're amazing. When I grow up, I want to be as cool as them. So
yes, yes.
But no, I think you're right. It comes at there are things that obviously I have that I wouldn't have had I been able to transition younger, but and some of those are very good things. My awesome non-binary kid, and my other awesome kid. They're both great. And also, like, my goodness, it was hard getting there. Right.
Yeah.
Like, it was so hard getting there. And I can't imagine, I had a little bit of a breakdown this morning, talking with my partner and I promise we won't turn this into a Celeste therapy session or anything, but
I'm all for it.
But like, how to break down of just, mourning aspects of my life that I'm just never going to get. Right. That it's like, testosterone did a number on me and, certain things that it's just like, that part of life passed me by while I was trying to pretend to be a guy, due to external pressure, right? And I'm just never quite gonna get that. And then even just growing up, when I came out to my parents, it was interesting. My mom's reaction, they were completely surprised. They had no idea I was trans. I'd never talked about it or anything like that. But even fairly quickly, my mother was like, you did change quite a bit, like, once the testosterone kicked in. Like, you got a lot more, I got a lot more irritable, angry, just tough. I wasn't nearly as just happy, prior to that. I was much more carefree and just, whatever. And, once that started, it just got a lot more difficult. I had another one recently of like, I went to, have you heard of these like one-day choirs?
One-day choir?
A one-day choir. Have you heard of this?
It's just like a choir that you do one day?
So they announced it on like social media. There's this group called Gaia Collective that does a social media post. Hey, we're going to do a choir on this day in this place. You want to come? Register
That
here.
Is awesome.
Show up, print out your music. It's 3 hours. Everybody learns the song, and then you sing sing the song, and somebody records it and whatever. It's all very amateur. The arrangements are always meant to be super accessible, and things like that. If kids transition early enough, you reduce their chances of the gathering. Oh my gosh! If only I had. That would have been smart.
Right.
No, I just played as Peach every time I played Mario Kart by myself. So that was my coping mechanism. Now I can play as Peach no matter how many people are watching. It's wonderful. I love it.
That's right.
But anyway, like it was this choir thing, and I went, and it was stressful at the start because I had to sing, like, I ended up singing bass because it was the only line I could sing that day. I was just coming off COVID. My voice was garbage. And so I was like, okay, I'll just sing bass. And that was hard. But then everybody was really, really supportive and really welcoming and always gendered me correctly, never once made me. And like by the end of the afternoon, like I was crying talking to the director about like, oh my gosh, this felt so safe and thank you so much. But I realized I hadn't done organized singing since like in 27 years, since my voice dropped, right? And I didn't even know why, but I loved it before. And then going through going through the wrong puberty kind of took that from me. And so it's just these little losses that are hard.
I
love seeing when I hear about a trans kid that gets to live as themselves
100%.
in a supportive family is just amazing, and I know it's so life-changing.
100%. It's those things. The Michael Melody often says it, like the grief of what we're missing, like the grief of what will never happen. We will never bear children,
right?
We will never, and I always get pushback. I'm like, whoa. I always get pushback when I said the grief of never, going through puberty as a girl. The grief of never going to freshman year in college as a girl. The grief of never joining a sorority. I know people say, oh, but it wasn't that great. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right.
I was never able to do that.
Right.
And, yes, I have regular moments. Where I just mourn it. But also like how you deal with your own body and how you, like, I went from, I guess I just gotta go super feminine since day one up until, and like it took me 4 years to realize, I get to control the narrative of how I want to present myself. And even with the singing, with the choir, I just joined choir with my wife's church, and they asked me, where do you want me to put you? It's like, well, I can sing alto and tenor and even baritone, but where do you want me? And they said, well, we are really having a shortage on tenors. How do you feel about them? I was like, I don't care. So I went there, and it was actually a lot of fun. Of course, some confused faces from when they hear me talk and then sing. But I'm just saying, if you go through that as a child and you have all the time to really feel certain in your body because of all these experiences, and having a supportive environment of how we can truly love ourselves. This was confusing as I shouldn't cuss on this broadcast, right? It was very confusing.
Nobody has yet, so
okay.
we'll try and keep it clean. I don't know.
Yeah. It was confusing, right? It's confusing for my brain. There are certain things that I literally am talking to a 16 or 17-year-old, and they just tell me, have you thought about it like this, or this? I'm like, oh, there's just some life experience that doesn't come with wisdom and age. It comes with just going through puberty.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so many things, right? There's just so many things that it's like, for a long time, every time I would hear about like, parents supporting their trans child, like I would like tear up, like, because it's just like, I know that that's a kid that's going to grow up as themselves in an environment that tells them who they are is good and loved and lovable and deserves good things and whatever, and they're going to get to be themselves, and it's going to make just such a world of difference for them.
Agreed. That's beautiful. There's I gave a house show concerts, and there was a couple there. Their child identifies as a boy, was born as a boy, identifies as a boy, but loves wearing pink and dresses and plays with girls. And they kind of like never knew what to do with it, so they just didn't do anything about it, which is, for the record, the correct choice.
Right.
And just supported, and in the class, and everybody's young and everybody loves this person. But when they heard my story, because my house show was parts my music and parts like the story of the all-encompassing story of coming out, essentially. And they were sobbing. I'm like, wow, this is really hitting them hard for some reason. And then afterwards they said, yeah, we had no clue if we were doing the right thing with a child, but hearing your story really encourages us to keep on doing what we're doing, to not put any limitation on gender, on exploration. So yeah, that was really, of course, immediately teared up and stuff. I
Right.
still do it.
Right. Right. Because it's so good when
Yeah,
you know
it
somebody
is
just
good.
gets to be themselves, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's how it should be. And there are, like, my goodness, people should be able to express gender and whatever, however they feel like it, and
Yeah.
and things like that. I also came across, I was going to mention, do you know Derek Webb?
Yes, I do. I do.
So I went to his little house show, and he had these little stickers,
Ooh.
because one of his things that he does, he now can talk about this. He has a trans daughter, and apparently the song, like "Boys Will Be Girls," was written after his daughter came out to him, and that it was kind of in light of that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm bawling now.
Yes.
Right? Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is the sweetest thing. And his whole album earlier this year was kind of in that vein of advocacy for his kid. But one of the songs on it is about nail polish, and how Derek now wears nail polish everywhere he goes, particularly if he's out with his kid. And he does it both as like solidarity and things like that, but also because he said, you know, when he goes into, you know, a restaurant or wherever, he's like, instantly he will see the looks of both people who have a problem with that, and then he knows who he needs to keep an eye on the entire time they're there, right? And he's kind of drawing fire away from his kid, right? Which is amazing. We love to see it. And both that, and he gets the looks from the people who are looking for a safe person.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
And
That's good.
he can kind of signal like, hey, I'm here. And so it's just amazing to see, like, even that, just, you know, playing with gender expression as a form of allyship. You know, he famously went to the Dove Awards with Flaming Grant and Semler, you know, and he wore a dress to the Dove Awards, which people had big feelings about and everything like that. But but he went because he what he put it as, and I think he was quoting someone else, was the, like, you know, if you're doing allyship and your friends are getting, you know, people are throwing stones at your friend, you know, you should be standing close enough that some of the stones hit you, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it right there.
Absolutely.
Absolutely what we need to see.
I like that. Jennifer, where are you moving to? Or do you know where Jennifer is moving
Jennifer
to?
is moving to Europe, not being more specific than that, for a variety of reasons. Safety is, you know, I mentioned, I was going to mention this today. One of the things that is just so telling about what we're doing with this is, if this was a fundraiser for a kid with cancer, or a kid who wants to go on a, you know, big academic, you know, trip somewhere, you know, they're going to go do a, you know, trip to NASA and be there for, you know, a month and learn and everything like that, right? We would have pictures of the kid. We might even have the kid here and talking, and we would be able to do that, right? We'd be able to talk about that. But in this one of the reasons, it's the fact that we can't do that is one of the reasons why this is such a need, right? Is it shouldn't be the case that it's not safe to do that, but it isn't, right? Like it just isn't, right? Like I don't put out photos of my non-binary kid, right? And because I'm just like, you know, I've gone back and forth on whether or not it's even right for me to talk about them, right? You know, because I'm just so scared that somebody will try and get to them through me or whatever. But
Yeah. No.
but yeah, they're headed to Europe, to a place that will be safer than where they are now. And so that will be amazing if we can make that happen. So.
Yes, absolutely. There's many countries there, including the one that I was born in the Netherlands, that it is safe. Yeah, it was definitely such a weird experience being back in the Netherlands after my transition last year. And obviously hanging out with everybody that I grew up with, but also how people respond to me differently. Richmond is extremely queer. Let me preface this. But yeah, if it's so embedded in the culture of the nation, even though in the Netherlands as well, the conversations are becoming a little bit toxic, but certain things are very much like I'm always thinking back about Rotterdam is the city where I'm from. There was this anti-trans rally plans in front of this library because a drag queen was reading stories, as if drag queens have anything to do with trans people, but whatever, right? They decided to have an anti-trans rally, and it was like so pathetic because 5 people showed up to protest against trans people, and it was thousands of people from Rotterdam counter protesting. It was magnificent. And that's definitely the difference. Not in the people in Rotterdam was like, no, not don't touch our people. So that was pretty cool.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully more and more places like that.
Yes. What do you have more? Yeah, you need to hang out in Richmond more. That's true.
I think I need to hang out in Richmond more. I don't know how to get there. It's a little
we
far.
got an airport. Well. Yes. Yeah, no. I'm telling you, we even finally got. I always tell people Richmond is one of the queerest city in the U.S. and people are like, Richmond is this Southern Confederate city. You're kidding. And then we actually finally got recognition. Not only were we named one of the queerest cities in the world, one of the queerest city in the nation, but also one of the queerest city in the nation, in the world.
Amazing.
It was pretty cool.
That's so cool.
I'm happy. So everybody come visit Richmond. If you need someone to hang out, email me, Miche@transmissionministry.com.
There we go.
And
I'd love to see you. I can't wait to see you at Q. We said we were going to talk about that.
Yes. So, before I hop off, let's do that. Micah Melody is taking a couple of months off, but we'll be back in January. And I already put it in the budget to make sure that we have money for a meal. So we are going to pick a hotel room again. So I don't know if you or Billy or somebody else is in an Airbnb. Otherwise, we're just going to get I'm thinking of just getting a co-working space.
Okay.
And then ordering something.
Yeah, I don't know where Billy's at. I'll be at the I'll be in the hotel. Again, so that's where I'm usually hanging out. So no, it's good. It's one of the more magical things that I've been a part of. Was especially 2 years ago, and then this last year I had like a whole bunch of medical issues the entire week. But the 2 years ago, we had this dinner that was you, me, and like 5 others, all trans people, and it was the first and still one of the only times that I've ever been in a group that size that's 100% trans. And oh my gosh, it was incredible just being able to just sit there and feel that safe, which it's sad that I don't feel, and a couple nights ago we did it, ended up with much the same group, but we had like Matt Nightingale, who's going to be on later, and it still felt safe because Matt was so safe. Matt's such a safe person. And so anyway, it's just
see, even more reason for you to come visit here. Like we have queer sports leagues here. I'm part of Stonewall Sports. And when we have kickball next Sunday, there's a kickball tournament. There's going to be 700 queer people on the field. Some teams are all trans.
See, so now you're just trying to get me to move there. That's what you're
Everybody move here.
trying.
Yes.
My kids would be very, very, very upset with me. So
yeah, probably true. Good
Well,
seeing you though.
Wonderful to see you. Can't wait to see you in January. Thank you so much for joining.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jennifer, you got this. And if you need any tips and tricks on Europe, hit me up. I got you.
Yeah. Miche is great.
Awesome.
So, wonderful to have you here. Thanks so much, Miche.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right, it is just me now for a moment. I think we've got Rabbi Daniel joining in a few minutes, hopefully. And then also I'm going to have Jennifer come back up to the call for a bit, and I'm going to take a break for, I don't know, 15 minutes, get some food and everything, because I'm going to be going for a while today. So going to be good. But thank you, everybody who is here. Hey, Jen. Thank you, everybody who is here and watching.
Hey.
It means so much. Again, donate link in the description, of course. And so it's good. But thanks for hanging out, Jennifer.
Of course. And Daniel is on his way. He did not have the link, so it said he's logging in now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will hang out until he is on the call and introduced, and then I might take a quick break here for a bit, and then I'll be back on for the rest of his time here. So I'm excited to talk to him.
Indeed.
Here we are. I'm actually happy with how my makeup turned out. So
It's lovely,
thanks.
as always. You are always goals.
I'm not always happy with it, but today I'm okay with it. So that's good.
Refinding the chat.
Yeah, find that chat button in the side there.
Mm-hmm. And then it seems like there are multiple options to where I always end up in the wrong place.
Yeah, and then what Sam said, I saw a restaurant doing a 3-course weed-infused tasting menu while I was there last, and was like, okay, Richmond, I didn't recognize your game.
The things I've seen about Richmond are astounding.
I'm gonna need to make another trip out east at some point. But...
Daniel.
Hello,
Wonderful to meet you, Daniel.
It's so nice to meet. I believe we knew each other in the Twitter world back when.
Yes, I'm sure. Back
nice
before
to
Twitter collapsed
person.
into who knows what. Yes. But I actually just while I was putting all this together, I went and was looking at your profile there and found a recent video of you there talking about people practicing pronouns. And I was like, oh my gosh, this video is great. I need to send it to everybody because
It's an old video. I don't even make TikToks anymore. I just, when it tells me this is from a year ago, I click the reshare.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. I like it. So anyway, how are you doing today?
Good.
Cool. Do we want to start by if you can just introduce yourself? We're gonna hang out for a few minutes, and then I have been going for coming up on 3 hours now, so I am gonna take 15 while you and Jennifer talk, and then I will be back and we will keep talking.
Great.
That'll be great. But do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Rabbi Daniel Bogard. I think my claim to fame is being friends with Jennifer. So I will take that.
Pretty
and
awesome.
Getting to watch her awesome children grow up in person and now afar. Let's see. I am a rabbi in St. Louis, Missouri at Central Reform Congregation, a progressive urban community that has been a home for queer Jews and queer non-Jews for a very, very long time since we were founded. Our founding rabbi, Rabbi Susan Talby, who was the first woman rabbi in St. Louis, was officiating at same-gender weddings in 1982. And so this is a long tradition at our community. I feel the great privilege of having grown up in this community, which meant that I was a, 8-year-old kid in the 80s and early 90s who routinely had gay and lesbian and queer teachers for my Sunday school. And I didn't realize at the time how transformative and how powerful that is, right? Because you treat it as normal that, of course, there are teachers in your life who are queer, and of course, there are rabbis who are women. And it turns out not everyone was given a childhood like that. I'm very grateful for it. So I came back here, 8 years ago, and am the very proud parent of a trans kid myself. Okay. And along with Jennifer, and as long as we're doing shout out to our other dear friend, Maharat Rory Picker-Niece, the three of us really went to war with the Missouri legislature, or really the Missouri legislature went to war with us, and we tried to fight back as best as we could until we lost. And we lost. That's the only way to understand. If anyone
could have won, it would have been the three of us.
Yeah.
We were winning for a while, right?
I know it wasn't for lack of trying or lack of really anything. I know you all did all that you could.
No, and I think Missouri did better longer than you would have expected from our demographics. And I think a lot of that just goes to the intensity and the strength of the activist community. And in particular, the really interesting faith activist community that came together for a moment here to stand up for trans kids.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's me. I guess other than I am one of the founders of Camp Indigo Point, camp for transgender, expansive, and LGBTQ youth that brings together 150 queer kiddos every summer for 2 incredible transformative weeks, where every counselor and every staff member and every administrator is a queer person like themselves, where, their camp director is non-binary and where the nurse is a 70-year-old chain-smoking lesbian. And I don't know why, we've had like 3 different 70-year-old chain-smoking lesbian nurses now.
There you go.
It's a genre.
I was wearing my sweatshirt earlier.
There you go.
It's a favorite.
There you go.
And that's the story.
Okay. Yeah, I know I desperately want to hear more about Camp Indigo Point. So I am going to go take a break, but don't exhaust everything to say about that before I get back, because that one I definitely want to hear more about. So I'll take a break. You two can chat, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Great.
All right.
Great. Thanks for hosting this.
Yeah, thank you.
Jennifer.
Daniel.
So when do you leave? Do you know?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Working on the fundraising part, which is part of why we're here. And did I lose you all?
Something happened here.
Ah.
Hello again.
I see you.
The weather is not wonderful here, and I'm wondering if our still tornado damaged internet lines are shaking in the wind.
I hate how long that has been lingering there, and the lack of support in being able to rebuild fully.
Well, somehow this tornado also followed the Del Mar Divide and
of course
damaged
it did.
Poor and Black communities north of Del Mar, and by and large did not harm wealthier, whiter communities south of Del Mar.
Yeah.
Yep. So not a surprise, unfortunately, that our federal and state governments have no interest in helping the Black community of St. Louis. Yep.
Yeah.
So how are the kids?
They're doing well. They're enjoying themselves, making dinner, and playing on screens elsewhere in the house right now. Yours?
Surviving. We got a new puppy.
I saw that.
Yeah.
How's that going?
You know, a third dog turns out is a lot easier than the first two. Kind of raise each other. That's the logic we're going with.
Awesome. What is this one's name?
Libby.
Libby.
And Violet is her aunt, and Elvis is her uncle. They share a grandparent each.
Well, look at that.
There you go.
So on opposite sides, though, it sounds like. Not
It's
the
so
same
complicated.
connecting.
It is not connected, and yet they're on the same side.
Okay,
Elvis
cool.
this is not interesting to anyone else, but Elvis's mom and Violet's dad are Libby's mom's parents.
Okay.
Yes.
These dogs have already made it into the conversation. Ben Greene was with us earlier and talking about that first time that he went with us to the Capitol and coming into your house with, do you need to pet a dog? Do you need coffee? Do you need a snack?
At 5:15 in the morning.
Yes, insanely early.
Yeah. Those, I don't miss those trips. I miss believing. Like, I really miss believing, and I don't believe anymore that we can change and modify and make a difference in the legislature, which is depressing.
I do love the work that Promo is doing with the deep canvassing and having conversations with people and how they are moving folks on an individual basis to understand that they are, in fact, in support of trans kids, even as they didn't know it previously.
And in the end, that's the only way, right?
Yeah.
Even as tired as I am of it, even as I just want to call them all Nazis and ignore them, it is the only way.
So where are you seeing joy and hope these days?
Well, golden retriever puppies. Why do you think we got a puppy? Hello. Yeah, I don't know. CRC is a lot more functional these days, which is lovely.
Awesome.
For those who don't know, Jennifer and I work together at our congregation CRC. Really, she's stepped up as a superhero in a moment of total crisis and stepped into the communications role and ran with it.
It was such a blast.
You came in the early turnaround era, is that right? You came with Sarah?
Oh, no, before Sarah.
You were there with Sonia.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, okay.
Just briefly.
For those listening, it was quite the chaos that we had in our congregation for a while. Oh.
Yeah, you were my boss for a season there.
I'm not sure that's the word, but yeah.
I mean, when I was hired, you were my direct supervisor.
For a minute, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I totally changing the subject for a second, particularly away from hope. I have this new articulation I keep thinking about, which is not that Republicans are Nazis, but that Nazis were just the Republicans of their era, actually. The ways in which tribalisms and nationalisms and fear and changing demographics and governmental systems that don't respond appropriately to the needs of people and become unmoored from actual results, how this incentivizes and creates this phenomenon, and it just happens again and again and again. And it happened in the 30s to Jews. It's happening today to trans people and to, oh my God, immigrants in this country. And I don't know. I think it's going to keep happening. I don't think this will ever stop. I think, I think Nazis were just the Republicans of their era.
That's a depressing thought.
Yeah, I know. You asked for hope and uplift. It's really, yeah. But what we're doing here together is helping to raise money to hopefully keep your family and your incredible little ones, not so little anymore, but still incredible, safe and secure, and give them hope.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people can do when they donate, is they are investing in hope for this next generation. And that's where I've gotten to. I don't think I can do anything to make myself more hopeful, but maybe I can help other people be more hopeful, and maybe someone else will do that for me eventually. Yeah. Not that people don't try. That wasn't anything against anyone else. That was against me, but
No, it's hard. And I know it's harder where you are than where I am at this point.
I don't know. Day to day, do you really think it is? Day to day, do you think it's different? Well, you're not here anymore. You've been in both places.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly felt different when we first landed here. It's feeling less different because of the federal scene. Like
The
it feels
nationalization
back
of it
to
all.
what it felt like then. But I also, like, we have an attorney general who is fighting for us. That feels different.
Yes.
Our other, senators and legislatures are not always doing what I wish that they were, even as they are on the Democrat side of things. But yeah. I guess it's becoming a little less different. While we do have some, at least in our state, who are in power and fighting for us.
It's been so depressing to watch so many Democrats learn the lesson that they need to back away from trans rights and back away from protecting trans folk. But I don't know. This I'm curious of. In a blue state, I can feel everywhere around me that it's not just politicians, it's everyday people who, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, were pushing for more dignity and rights for trans folk. And now we're like, well, maybe we've gone too far. Maybe it's too fast. Maybe we, and I mean, just, it struck me the ways that 2 years ago you'd be on a Zoom and everyone had their pronouns. And I was on a Zoom with a whole bunch of progressive-ish people the other day. And, a 10th of us, a 15th of us had pronouns in their name. And it just, not the pronouns in your bio, like in your Zoom handle or everything, right? But it did strike me
as a sign.
Yeah. So there we are. I mean, this is going to get real depressing, but because everything up to now has been so, lighthearted. But do you think there's a place you can run far enough to get away from this? That's where I start getting concerned, is can we ever escape this, really?
I mean, so that I've certainly written about that. I mean, I think we knew when we came here that it might not be far enough.
Mm-hmm.
We just hoped that it would be. I mean, in part because, we were moving a long way already, and that felt hard enough. I knew I had no capacity to know how to look beyond the country. I don't know. I mean, we certainly had places that fell off our list early on because of shifts that were happening. And we knew that we didn't want to just keep playing hopscotch around the world every couple of years, moving somewhere new.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the real change for us in these last, since Trump was elected again a year ago, that almost exactly a year ago now, I guess.
Yeah.
He hasn't even been in office a year. But was the blue states aren't far enough. There would be no reason for me to move my family to a blue state at this point.
No. Which may not be true for those who live, say, in the middle of Texas. St. Louis being where it is right across the river from Illinois. Saying this for all of those listening who may not be aware of the context here. But yeah, no, I get that.
Welcome back, Celeste.
Thanks. I see we've taken the conversation in a nice positive direction now.
Always. I'm famous for that. Actually, people talk about that with me all the time.
And it's such an important thing. We were talking about earlier, that there were, everybody's kind of got to make their choice of what makes sense for them and their situation and their family and everything like that. And, I don't know. Have you both watched Andor yet? Star Wars Andor? Okay.
I'm a diehard Trekkie, but I don't do the Star Wars so much.
Okay. So Andor is not Star Wars. It's weird. It's
people love it. I hear great. I'm not opposed.
Yeah. If they didn't put the Star Wars name on it, I think you could watch the whole thing, and there's some characters that you would recognize, but it feels very un-Star Wars. By far, my favorite Star Wars thing now in the whole, and I hope that they do much more things in that vein because it's a much better feel for that universe, I think. Anyway, Star Wars criticism aside, but there's a thing. The show is taking place 5 years before the first original movie, and so it's with the rise of the Empire, and the Empire is taking over more and more and more, and spreading further and further and further, right? And there is somebody who gives this speech of kind of hey, we thought that they would leave us alone. We thought they'd leave us alone, and well, guess what? They're here now, right? And they're not leaving, right? And what are we going to do about that? And I think about that, it's one thing if the country that was going down this road was, I don't mean to throw any country under the bus or anything, but just in terms of global influence, if it was Portugal, right? It's okay, that's bad, and we should help the people of Portugal, but I'm not particularly worried living here that what Portugal is going to do is going to affect me. But what the U.S. does affects and we've seen it for years with the Hyde Amendment and the global gag rule on abortion providers, right? How America kind of can throw its weight around and dramatically affect policy everywhere, which Jennifer, I'm not trying to scare you. Jennifer, I liked what you said earlier of, leaving the country doesn't mean leaving the fight, right? This isn't a get me out of this and then I can just pretend like it's not happening. You're aware that wherever you are, this is going to matter, right? If I did leave the country or whatever, I would immediately start doing what I could to support coming back. But yeah,
I think a lot when it comes to red states and blue states about the way that it worked in the Holocaust. Yeah, I think Holocaust analogies here actually are perfectly apt.
Sure.
I say that as a rabbi.
Yes.
The Jews of Germany survived at a much higher rate than the Jews of the rest of Europe. And
I didn't know that.
It's because the Jews of Germany, it started slow and they saw it coming and they knew it was coming and they knew if it had moved this many steps, it could keep going. And then if you lived somewhere else, if you lived in Hungary, if you lived in Poland, if Nazism arrived all at once.
Right.
And it was too late. And, I sort of think about that, Jennifer, with your perspective, with our perspective, living in a red state and how we've seen this and we know what's coming, right? And we can feel it. And yeah, I don't know. One of the lessons of Jewish history is get out.
Yeah. Which is an awful lesson to have. It's just, and I hate that we're in a spot where it's relevant, right? It is where we are.
I also
think it's always relevant.
One of the places that people left to at that point, and now.
Right. Yeah. I was curious, Daniel. I came across a couple of years ago, a year or two ago. I came across a Christian podcast, and they were trying to talk about how well, we're just fighting for, and they're this one of these like evangelical centrist things where like they're generally leftish, except on LGBTQ people. And that one they're still firmly, to the right, and it's really frustrating. I'm like, just pull the string a little harder, please, right? Like, keep going. But they were, trying to do like well, and we're fighting for, Christian values, but they're not just Christian values. This is, the Christians and Jews and, Muslims and whatever. And it was like a week after I saw somebody on Twitter, and I honestly can't remember if it was you or someone else, had posted a like recent poll showing that Jews were the most LGBTQ supportive religion, including atheism, I think, of every group in the country. And I was just wondering if you could share a little bit about like, how did that happen, right? Like,
this has been consistently true.
Yeah.
In 2004, there was a poll done nationally about support for same-gender marriage.
Mhm.
And at that point, Jews supported same-gender marriage at a higher rate than any other religious group, including people who did not claim a religious community at all.
Right.
And then just a few years ago, the exact same equivalent was looking at support for trans kids in particular, and showed the exact same results.
Yeah.
Now, look, the reality is that statistically, Jews look very similar to self-described secular people in the United States.
Okay.
And that's because by and large, Jews are secular people or secular humanists, or, to be a Jew is not to have a particular faith, but to be a part of a particular tribe.
Okay.
Judaism is the religion of the Jewish people.
Sure.
But being a Jew, you can be an atheist Jew, you can be a Buddhist Jew, you can be a spiritual Jew, you can, et cetera,
right?
You're still a Jew.
Okay.
I don't have a real answer for why we are better on these issues.
Okay.
We are consistently the most liberal, most progressive minority in the United States, and that's been true for a while. If you look at, for instance, support of the Harris campaign, when you look at the exit polls, there are only 3 communities, no matter how you sort of slice us, educationally, religion, faith, race, whatever. There are only 3 communities that voted for Harris at least 70%. And that is Black Americans, queer Americans, and American Jews.
Wow.
And interestingly, in this moment, we have to say, other than perhaps on Israel and Palestine, but on basically every other issue, we are significantly more progressive than the Black community or the queer community. We make a mistake when we think the activist sections of the queer community or the activist sections of the Black community represent the entirety. But Jews are a very, very progressive group. We also have a long history of just more queer acceptance. We have stories from the 1800s about Jews transitioning in the shtetl and being accepted and embraced. And, the story of Beryl Bela, who was a trans man who transitioned and then was taught to lead the prayers and counted in a prayer quorum where only men were counted, and was married off to Rachel with the black hair, not the red hair, because we don't want to be confused about which Rachel he married, right? Like, think about that for a second. 1800s, Ukraine, shtetl, and a trans man was married to a cis woman in a synagogue that counted him as a man for the prayer quorums.
That's beautiful.
I'll never forget hearing that story for the first time. It was 3 weeks before my son officially transitioned, that we, like a train coming down the tracks, we could see it coming.
Yeah.
And I was in a group of about 30 rabbis, and I just started crying. I mean, just bawling. And no one else was having an emotional reaction.
Yeah.
And the facilitator turned to me and said, do you mind what's going on? Yeah. And I was just overcome with the sense that my son has ancestors. And what a sacred thing it is for our kids to have ancestors. Because so much of the world, right? I mean, I'm sure we all see this, but so much of the world wants to tell queer people, and in particular trans people, that you are new, that this is a new phenomenon. It's a social contagion, that this has never happened before, that you go against the way humans are supposed to be, or biology, or what. And, you know, Judaism and Jewish history gives lie to that, because it is clear that for as long as there have been Jews, and for as long as there have been people, there have been queer people, and there have been trans people. And it is just another very normal, very regular way of being a human being.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is so important. I know how big of a difference it made to me, to learn, you know, when I started to learn that, you know, it's an interesting thing being, I don't know if people who come out younger in life in the queer community feel this way, but certainly as a later in life person who transitioned, I just started HRT 3 years ago next week, and I'm loving it. Thank you. I'm loving it. It's absolutely one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life.
And you look fabulous, just to say.
Thank you. And it is an interesting thing, because all of a sudden you're part of this community that you weren't necessarily born into. You weren't necessarily like, again, pop culture reference, if anybody's ever watched Sense8, it depicts this really well, of all of a sudden I'm part of this community, but I don't know anything about this community that I'm a part of, right? And so, yeah, for me, it did make a huge difference to learn about, you know, particularly the trans people of the past, you know, coming across what the author of Little Women, literally in like the 1860s, literally said, yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know how this works, but I'm clearly a boy in a woman's body. I'm like, literally said the thing, right? You know, 150 years ago. And it was what, you know, that gave me a lot of like, okay, this is there. And then I've, you know, heard, you know, trans readings of, you know, both the Hebrew Bible and, you know, the New Testament and things like that, you know, finding trans readings of various people in those that I've just,
and I love those trans and queer readings, but
yeah,
you know, with Jewish history, you don't have to sort of queer up a text in order to do that.
And that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we just have queer texts
from one who has been an outsider but with an inside view. There are so many queer stories. It's part of the faith tradition, and that's why it's different.
Yeah.
Jennifer, you already know what book I'm trying to find. Right
okay, I'm about to get a good.
I have it on my shelf if you can't find it.
Recommendation here. By the way, I see Tony in the chat. Tony, it's great to see you.
Somewhere. A Rainbow Thread is this book. Celeste, if you don't have it, I would love to send it to you as a gift, but it's 120 texts of Jewish queerness from the last 2,000 years.
Oh my gosh. What a rainbow thread, you said.
Wait, come on. I have bought over 300 copies of this book.
Okay, by Noam Sienna?
Yeah, Noam Sienna, exactly.
Okay.
And that's where I found the Beryl Bela text and all, you know, 1,000-year-old texts of trans women who, you know, lived their entire lives in boy mode and wrote the liturgy that is now our Orthodox prayer books, and left us poems talking about how they're women. It's remarkable. But I will tell you that in some ways, this is exactly why we created camp. Yeah. Because ancestors aren't just about way in the past. Right. It's also about giving, you know, a 7-year-old queer kid an image of what it looks like to be cool and queer in high school, and what it looks like to be a 22-year-old college grad trans woman, and what it looks like to be like a lame and over the hill 42-year-old trans person, right? These are important because these are, there you go. Yeah, you're modeling for us. Yeah, we appreciate it.
43 actually, but yeah.
This is sacred. It's amazing what that does for kids.
That's,
My son
And
never.
they're learning about the heroes as well.
yeah. Can we do that now? Can you share about Camp Indigo Point?
Yeah, for sure. And I
Like,
unfortunately have
I'd
to
love
go
hear
in like
more.
5 minutes so that I teach my class. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jennifer's been a part of camp really as long as I have. We started a dear friend of mine, Shira Berkowitz, who is an organizer for promo, dear friend of ours, Shira Berkowitz, is an organizer for promo. Shira and I were close friends when we were kids. We grew up working at camp together. I mean, just forever and ever. And we were down in Jeff City at one of these brutal, awful hearings that never ended. And I said to Shira, hey, I got a call from this guy the other day at a summer camp, and he was thinking about putting on a weekend or a week or something for trans kids. You want to do something? And we looked at each other and immediately knew we had to do this. And it was immediately clear that we were going to save lives with this camp.
Yeah.
You know, and we're not a therapy camp. We are not a gender clinic camp. We are marshmallows and arts and crafts and land sports and all the things that you do at a summer camp.
Yeah.
But we understood that this was going to save lives, that giving kids an image of the way that the world could be and should be was going to stay with them, that you can't unsee hope.
Yeah.
And so that first summer, I created a goofy little thing advertising it on Canva and put it on my own Facebook. And Shira had to drive out to the campsite to count beds because we sold out.
Wow.
So we moved to a new site the next year. And we sell out every year 150 beds of campers. We give out, $130,000 a year in scholarships, because the two values we have held on to really as our sort of guiding posts are, the first is that every single counselor and administrator needs to be a queer person themselves.
Sure.
And, that actually makes us distinctive in this space.
Yeah.
And I will say in practice, we are 98.5%. Yeah, I'm going to say that the exceptions prove the rule, though.
Yeah.
And that the kid who can afford camp the least is probably the kid who needs camp the most. And so we have simply said, whatever you can pay, you come to camp and we'll find the scholarships. And we have somehow every year. It's like Field of Dreams. We find those scholarships, and we have kids who come from, I think, over 30 states most summers to our little camp in rural Illinois. We have kids from California and New York and Mississippi and Arkansas. And we have a kid who comes from Alaska. We have, I really think it's possible, and I hope I have many, many more years on this earth to do the work of repairing the brokenness. But I think it's really possible that when all is said and done, the most important thing I will have ever done in my life was to create a little summer camp. There's this sort of theme of emails we get after camp, and they all sound something like, I sent you a kid who existed in black and white, who had no friends other than strangers in video games online. And you sent me back a kid who lives in color, who doesn't just communicate with their camp friends, but feels so confident in themselves that they go to school and make new friends. Shira, I keep telling the story because it never stops giving me chills. Shira was checking out at REI one day, just getting themselves something. And they passed their credit card over to the checkout woman. And the checkout woman took Shira's credit card, looked at their name and said, I know you. You started that camp. My child is alive because of your camp.
I that's it right there. Right? That's incredible work you're doing. I just hearing about it, I was like, what an unbelievably life-changing thing that must be for the kids. And honestly, I'm sure that all the queer staff and volunteers and whatever that all go into it, I'm sure it changes them too. How could it not? Right.
We've learned
Tells that every year.
we have to support the staff after camp too.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that it's really hard for a lot of queer, 20-somethings and 30-somethings to see the childhood that they deserved and never got.
Yeah.
And there is I saw a TikTok that said this, but it is so true. There was this TikTok that was saying, for trans men in particular, if you're over 25, almost certainly as a trans man, you spent some of your life sort of living as a lesbian and encountering misogyny and deconstructing the patriarchy. And so you have this really advanced, thoughtful approach to gender. And for trans boys like my son, and I consider this a parental achievement, even as, there's problematics here. But for trans boys of a certain age who have existed always being accepted, they're like, my kid's just a bro.
Yeah. That's amazing.
But you see this generational divide at camp too.
Yeah.
Where there are kids who just are so unbroken. And like it.
Yeah.
You basically don't find trans people, again, I'm just saying 25, but 25 and up, who haven't had their souls shattered by cruelty and by the world and by family and by friends and by schools and by, and that's, I think Jennifer would say this too, but I think that is our goal as parents, and that is our goal generationally. Like, let's raise a generation of trans kids who have never been told by someone that they love that there is something wrong with them.
Yeah.
And with that, I have to go.
Yes. Thank you.
Donate to Jennifer, please. Everyone, donate. Help her with this. It is a sacred thing, and you're investing in hope. And I love you both. And if you do this again, I'm in again at a time when I don't have to go teach.
All right.
Thank you, friend.
All right, Rabbi Daniel, thank you so much. Appreciate it so much. Wow. He's trying to ruin my makeup there, right?
One of the hard moments this week is it was yesterday. I had an email from camp asking if we would be returning and having to respond, I don't know that we'll still be in the country. Yeah. And I heard back that we are not the first folks to say that.
I'm sure.
As you can imagine. But
yeah, which is, and it's just tragic, right? I still just can't get over the fact that this is where we are, right? That this is where we are, and that, again, I can't sit here and be like, oh, come on, that's an overreaction. And the moment you told me, I was like, yeah. And if I was you, so here we are, and people should click the link in the description and go and donate if you can. Monthly donations are all donations are awesome, and monthly donations are awesomer, I think is how we decided we were going to say that earlier. So any donations, or even just sharing the blog post if that's what you can do, or sharing this live stream, things like that are kind of what we've got. Somebody's trying to call me, I don't know why, but how dare. But anyway, so it's a whole thing. Oh, I did just realize why they're calling me, and I actually do kind of maybe need to call them back in not too long, but it'll be fine. Everything's fine. We'll find a spot maybe during our little AMA at 4.
Indeed. I keep assuming that since I was looking on YouTube while I was off the call earlier, I keep like, oh, well, it had a nice schedule beneath it. So I was trying to scroll down and realizing I'm not on YouTube. It's not going to show me that.
Oh, what?
The schedule for tonight.
Oh, it's not going to scroll down on in the Riverside.
Right.
Yes. I have the graphic up on my computer of who's when, so that I don't forget. But of course, I have to do the translation between East Coast and Pacific time. But good. For people who are in the chat right now, A, thank you for being here. B, anybody have any questions or comments or things like that?
Stories? A favorite camp experience, maybe?
I just saw, I missed it while it was happening. Sam mentioned when Rabbi Daniel was talking about blacks, queers, and Jews, being the three most progressive demographic, and Sam said the three groups have contributed most to American culture, and 100% true. Yeah, that's a great observation there. Yeah, it's amazing. I didn't know that for a long time, and then it got pointed out, and now it's like every single art form or whatever. No, inevitably, if you take it and you trace it back to its origins, it's if it has made it to my community, it almost always started somewhere else.
So what snack did you get?
I had a little bit of lunch. I'm eating very healthy today. So I had a couple of Costco frozen corn dogs. And then I had a granola bar, and now I'm having a Rice Krispie treat.
Excellent.
So, crushing it. But not bad. It was quick. I needed something quick. So
yeah, you did.
So we're good. Who do we have next? We've got Matt in like 8 minutes, right?
Oh, excellent. Yeah. I didn't know because I don't have the YouTube schedule.
Yep, we've got Matt Nightingale in like 8 minutes. It's going to be great. Yeah, I'm excited. But we've got a few more people on the chat right now. Welcome to anybody who just joined us. Link to donate in the description, though I should probably say something else before I ask for you to donate, but I don't know, just donate. No, it's great. It's good to have people here. We're glad you're here. Feel free to throw comments, questions in the chat. We will get to them as we can. Right now we're in a little bit of a break before we just wrapped up with Rabbi Daniel, and then we are about to talk to Matt Nightingale at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, and other times in other time zones. I'll let other people do the math. Every time I do that, I should just pick some random time zone in the world.
You should. Put different ones up for each.
For our Berliners, it's be good. I'd have to be real quick there. But that was really cool. I knew of Camp Indigo Point that Rabbi Daniel was talking about and co-founded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I hadn't heard that much in depth about it, and it just what a thing, and for him to recognize like that will be, his a big part of his legacy. Is
yeah.
Pretty, and what a legacy to have, right? That's.
Although he still tells the story of how he didn't think that many people would register.
Right.
And I told him from the beginning, that's going to sell out. Like it's people need this.
100%.
Also, their beds are really comfortable. They so the beds at camp, I got to go to family camp one weekend. I was told, well, if you want it to happen, we're putting you in charge, which luckily meant I didn't have to actually do anything because the camp itself is like, oh, we do these all the time. We've got you. So they actually did all the planning and I just got to show up. But I learned they have these memory foam mattresses because a university in St. Louis was changing out their mattresses and were just throwing them out, and someone saw it and collected them for the camp. And they are very lovely.
Wow. That's great. That's awesome. So it can't be like their own campground, right? They can't have their own campground that exists just for the yearly Indigo Point.
Correct. They have other camp activities that happen throughout other seasons.
Okay. I was going to say there have to be other things happening at this campground. I was like, is it, they get the campground from someone. I don't know. My head gets into logistics. I don't know. But like, hearing these stories that are making me cry, and I'm like, but what's going on? Where does this campground come from? It's fine. Everything's fine. Yep. Jenna is asking a really good question. Do you want to spend a couple minutes talking about it while I fix the fact that eating food messed up my lipstick?
Yeah. So the question, how has having a trans kid and being an ally helped you examine your own gender? Yeah. I mean, I've certainly done a whole lot of that. I talked earlier about, growing up feeling like there was this box and that, I was broken, that I didn't fit. And I was fine with that, actually. in ways. Hold on. One moment. Okay, I had a kid who was putting some things in here. And so I knew I didn't want to pass that down to my own kids. And then having one that, at first was gender nonconforming and then knew themselves better and knew that they are trans. I got to examine that kind of stuff in myself, examine the feelings that I would get when things didn't match that box, and celebrate things in myself that I recognized in my own kid that looked very much like me as a kid. So my own gender is an ongoing exploration. I remember early on asking other people and asking trans friends, okay, how do I explain to my kid what a girl is? Like what is girlness? And getting to recognize that there isn't a one definition, as much as that's the gotcha question that people like to ask. And I'm so thankful for that we get to define for ourselves what any of that looks like. I was rambling a little bit, and I don't know if I actually answered the question, but there you have it.
I like your answer. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, Tony. It was great having you here. Really appreciate you.
Thanks for stopping in.
And hope you're having a wonderful day. I always love seeing the trans flag made of hearts. It's kind of the best.
And I like how that ended up perfectly in its own line.
Yeah. I don't know if they did that intentionally or just.
And if it's that way on YouTube itself.
Oh, I can check over there. Can I check over there? I thought I could check over there. That's weird.
Not showing up for you?
Live chat. Oh, there we go. It was filtering it out. Oh, hey, Matt.
Hey.
Hey.
No, it word wrapped on YouTube, but that's okay. That's okay. It's fine.
Well, it's perfect here, and that
It is perfect in our little world. So I'm gonna just assert that it's that way for the world. I don't know. Oh, if I change the width of my window, then it ends up right. There we are. Matt, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I just was trying to figure out how to get in, and here I am. So it's
Here
good to
you
see
are.
you. Good
Here
to see
you
you
are.
both.
We've
Yeah.
been
How's the live stream going?
It's good. We've been learning how to live stream and everything like that. So it's good. I've learned how to very professionally. I can make little messages pop up and everything, and that's a really good
Nice.
one for my friends. So
Very good.
I'm
exciting.
going to let you two chat while I get my kids ready for the day tomorrow, and I'll be
Sounds
back
good.
in a little while.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you,
Good to see you, Matt.
half
You
an
too,
hour
Jennifer.
in half an hour-ish, but be here when you are.
Okay.
All right. So Matt, we've got you here for a little bit of time, and then you've got a fun evening planned. So
Yes, I have a half an hour here.
yeah. So
Is our schedule a little mixed up? Like,
Oh.
did you flip some things around?
No, Jen just rejoined for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Rabbi Daniel on the call, and also I needed to eat some lunch, so Jen rejoined the call so that I could take a quick break and eat some food, and then she's been hanging out kind of since then. So
Lovely. You're just being spontaneous.
we're just being spontaneous. We're rolling with how things are. We started off the day with saying trying to be like, oh yeah, and if you do this and do this, and then I was like, and I mean, come on, we're queer here. It's not like there are actual rules. Like
We can break the rules. Yeah.
right. I mean, we're not going to be too much a stickler for that. So do you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself real quick for anybody who
Sure.
isn't lucky enough to be familiar with you, which
I'm sure there are lots of people. Yeah, my name is Matt Nightingale. I use he, him pronouns. Da-da-da.
Yeah.
And I am co-pastor of a progressive American Baptist church called The Quest in Novato, California, just north of San Francisco. And in the other half of my life, I run a nonprofit called Common Sanctuary. And we do three things with Common Sanctuary. One, we kind of like encourage contemplative spirituality for LGBTQIA plus folks. I also do a lot of work with people in mixed orientation marriages where one spouse is queer and the other is not, and people are kind of trying to figure out what to do there. I do support groups. I do coaching with people in that situation. That was my story for many years. I am gay, but I was married to a woman for 23 years. I have 4 adult children. And I went through that transition process of coming out and ending my marriage. And now I'm married to my husband, Alejandro. So I do tons of work with people in that situation and kind of trying to figure out what to do. And then also just kind of like education, advocacy at this intersection of spirituality and sexuality. So yeah, that's who I am. That's what I do.
Yeah. I just realized in all of those, there's a common thread there of creator of safe spaces. And I hadn't put that thread together about your work, but I was just like, wait a minute, all of those are cultivating these spaces where people safe, and that makes sense because that's how I've always felt around you. We were just talking, we had Miche on earlier, Miche van Essen on earlier, and we were talking about QCF a couple of years ago where one night we had all the trans people together and that felt super safe, and then the next night it was largely the same group plus you. And
Simon, you remember Simon Fung was there too?
Yeah.
Just 2 cis guys and a bunch of trans people, and it was lovely. It was so amazing.
It was beautiful. Beautiful. I will never forget it.
I won't either. That particular QCF was so meaningful. Do you remember I even got on a Zoom afterward with you to process what had been going on in me specifically related to trans people and the way I was beginning to see you in a new way. It was really transformational for me. I was really thankful for that experience.
So was I. It was a huge. I remember when I left that QCF, I drove there because I'm in Southern California, and it's Albuquerque.
That's
and
right. That's
I
right.
don't know. I probably should have taken a flight anyway, but I drove. I don't mind driving.
Yeah.
But I got in my car to leave, and I just broke down bawling
Hmm.
because it was just like, I knew it was going to be a long time. Just all the emotions, all the everything that had gone on, but also just knew that it was going to be a while until I was in a safe, in a space that felt that safe and that comfortable just to be me.
Hmm.
And things like that they're hard to come by, which leads us to I'm gonna force that into a segue here. Leads us
You're the host. You got to do what you got to do.
right what we're talking about today, which is helping Jennifer Harris Dault and her family get to somewhere that will be safe
Yeah.
for their family, and particularly their trans daughter, as they try and get out of a country that no longer is, which is a tragic thing to have to say, but an accurate one. And so they're headed out to Europe somewhere and trying to protect their trans kid, which, my goodness, I hate that they have to do it, but I love seeing parents of trans kids who will do whatever they need to do to keep their trans kid safe and thriving, and give that to them. So on that one, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, you mentioned you'd been on kind of a bit of a journey of, as you learned more about the trans experience. You are gay, and obviously you've gone through a whole journey there, but being trans isn't your personal experience, but you obviously know quite a few trans people now. When you think about protecting trans people and protecting trans kids in particular, kind of what's the motivation for that for you? What kind of gets you moving in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not my personal experience, but as I have opened my mind and heart to people in my own life that I now know as beloved friends, and as I have just had really close experiences now with people, it's just, I think I'll say, like, as a gay man who had to kind of work through so much to kind of overcome my own internalized homophobia, my own religious kind of like conditioning that taught me that it was sinful and broken and bad to be gay. I did a lot of that work, obviously, to even get to the place where I could accept myself. But I think, I'm not trans, but I can kind of like use a lot of those same experiences in me and imagine what that must be like for trans people to have to accept, to have to understand, to have to come out, to have to kind of claim that identity as something that is good and beautiful and sacred. And so, yeah, and like, it's so, I hear a lot of, I'm kind of speaking all over the place. I hear a lot of people, conservative folks who simply don't understand. And I really want to be the kind of person who, because I was there for a long time, I want to be the kind of person who can offer like some kind of a bridge, if at all possible, to say, listen, I understand. I was there too. I couldn't understand my own sexual orientation. And then even after I did, it still was difficult for me to understand trans identities. And it took a long time for me to kind of understand that. And then even after I kind of like mentally got it, it took a long time for me to kind of like, I don't know, to be able to see and just like get it in my body. Like, yeah, you're a woman. 100%. I see you as a woman now. And I'm so grateful for that, like, scales falling off my eyes experience, that I want now to help other people experience that. Right. And I'll hear conservative folks often talk about children, right? That's a big kind of conservative witch hunt kind of talking point. Is like, oh, the children, stay away from the children. And it's so fascinating. I was a teacher in a private school for several years right after I came out. And we had in my class a child who presented as male, and then toward the end of the year, his parents shared with us that that they actually were like to dress up as a girl, et cetera, at home. And would it be okay if they did that at school? And we said, well, yes, of course. We were a very progressive school. I loved that we could be that safe space for them to do that.
Uh-huh.
And so anyway, that's where my first experience of seeing like a gender non-conforming little child
Yeah.
with my own eyes, with my own experience. And then I have seen that little one now who now identifies as a trans girl
Uh-huh.
and is in, I don't know, 4th, 5th grade, and totally like living her female life. And it's wonderful. I'm so excited and proud to have been even a tiny little bit of that journey. But as I'm watching, like, I know, like in my bones, I know that this child was a girl all along, was a
Right.
girl. And so when you have these experiences, like of actual, like I've seen it now. It's not just an idea. It's not just a
Right.
concept. It's someone that I knew, someone that I cared for, someone who was in my class every single day. I'm like, that is a real thing. You know, it just is. And I understand when you don't have that in your day-to-day experience, when all you're seeing is like negative talking points on conservative TV or something. I get it. But if I could just help people, like, come along with me, come learn, come see, open your eyes, learn, hear the experiences of actual real life people and families. So when I hear, you know, what Jennifer and her family are doing, I'm like, yes, I understand. You've got to do what you have to do for your child. Any
Right.
one of us would, right?
Right. Yeah. At least I hope so. Yeah.
It's hard. Like some people have seen that I was doing this, you know, and I even got some texts from people saying like, I love that you're doing this, but what about us? What about those of us here who can't move, who can't, you know? And there's like this fear because there is still a lot of people. There are a lot of people here in the U.S. who for whatever reason can't right now maybe make a move like that, and it's kind of scary. But I'm thrilled that Jennifer can, and we want to help make that happen. So anyone who's watching, donate. Give a little bit. If you can do it monthly, do it. Like whatever you can afford, dig deep, and let's see if we can make this happen.
Yeah, you're amazing. Yeah, and it is something that is hard because it is one of those. There's so many people that need right now. And we're about to have later this week potentially everybody on SNAP lose their benefits, right? Like, which is, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's a thing. And you know, I know there's so many people and all of them are super valid and everything like that, but you know, it's for me the why Jen is because we can, right? You know, because we can. And you know, Jen's amazing. She's going to do good work wherever she goes.
100%.
And also just the opportunity to give a trans kid a life where they grow up, not just with the family that says you are good exactly how you are, and we are honored to know you exactly as you are, and things like that, but also in a community that says the same thing, and you know, values that child for who they are, is it's worth it, right? That's what it's got to be. So
absolutely is. And I fully agree. These are scary times for trans families in the US right now. Really scary, even in blue states, you know, because of the way this administration is like really coming after people and saying this is child abuse and this is, you know, it's scary and dangerous.
Yeah, you mentioned that of the conservative viewpoint, and you know, you and I have that in common. Of, you know, I was in, you know, evangelical spaces, you know, prior to you know, where I'm at now, obviously. And yeah, I look at it like, well, if the thing that, you know, whatever conservative news source you want, if the thing the conservatives were things they were saying about trans people and trans kids and trans healthcare were true, like, I'd be anti-trans too, right? Like,
yes, exactly.
I'd be like, well, yeah, that would be really bad. They happen to almost universally be false. I know there came a time, you know, I'm not on Twitter hardly at all anymore, but there came a point where it was like, it would be surprising to me when one of them said something right. Like I'd be like,
Mhm.
whoa, that
Mm.
you actually got one right here. Like, okay, now let's talk about that. But almost
Yeah.
everything was, distortion after falsehood, after misleading, after
Mhm.
whatever. And it was just like, but none of this is actually happening.
Yeah.
You're scared of something that's not real,
Mhm.
which is, but I love that you do work to be that bridge to be able to tell people, no, I was where you were. Like I get it. I know where you're coming from.
Mhm.
It's
I want to be that. I can't say that I always am great at it, but I really want to be.
the trying counts a lot there, and there's only so many people who can do it, and unfortunately, people are not always willing to listen, things like that. That experience you had with the trans kid in your class, that's just amazing. It's moving to me still every single time I hear about a trans kid
Yeah.
that gets accepted and gets to
Mhm.
move into being themselves from a young age,
Yeah.
and grow up that way. What we were talking a lot with Ben Greene earlier today about about joy and
Mm.
finding hope and things like that. Maybe in that kid or in other people. What's it been like for you to see? I don't know, when you see trans people thriving,
Mm.
right? What does
Mhm.
that look like, and what's that like for you to get to see that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just joyful. I will say, like, these are difficult times, no doubt. And I've been doing a lot of like, one of the things that kind of bolsters me and kind of gives me some hope is like watching old documentaries about queer people and queer experiences. Something about seeing the way our people broadly have survived in the past through difficult times gives me hope and strength for today, you
Yeah.
know? And this isn't exactly what you asked, but like there
Yeah.
have been so many like great, and let me think, how do I want to say this? I I have seen a lot of documentaries recently about kind of trans people from like the late 1960s into the 70s, and this experience, the trans experience, wasn't, you wouldn't even really have called it that back then. There were different terms, there were different ways of expressing it. Um, like we'll talk about a person like Sylvia or Marsha P. Johnson, and there's some debate, whether Marsha P. Johnson was a trans woman or not. I believe she was.
She was.
Yeah, thanks. but those kinds of stories of queer joy and resilience in the face of great opposition. I love learning about our history, and those kinds of things are giving life to me right now.
Yeah.
I when I first came out of the closet in 2016, I became music minister at the MCC church in San Francisco. And
Okay.
this was just a very brief time. I was only there for 9 months.
Mhm.
But that's where I met some of the very first trans people I ever got to meet.
Mhm.
And I remember just, I don't know, something about the normalcy of them. I think before that, I hadn't ever really known personally any trans people, maybe one or two, like on social media, but never in person. And so being in that church, meeting people face to face that I would then see week after week.
Yeah.
One woman named Lisa was in my band. She would play guitar with me in the band. And I don't know, just something about like the daily interaction with people, the weekly interaction with people, and seeing how they were living their lives and seeing how they were thriving and resilient, that brought so much joy and hope to me. I think I think just like it's been this for the last 10 years, just this broadening circle of knowing and loving more and more trans people. And then I'll say, like, even in that QCF experience with you and Billy was just fabulous. And that large circle of trans folks that night, I look at that picture sometimes and just go, what a magical evening that was for me. I'm so grateful for that. What a powerful experience.
Right.
Yeah, I'm really, really thankful for that.
Yeah. I almost got right into it. The contemplative spirituality night last night. The song's name was Holy Ground, right? And
Yeah.
that again, like that night, and nights like that, I see as that. Like, look back on it, it's like what a truly sacred space that was.
Yeah.
It's amazing when we get those little slices of that. But yeah, to a person, every single time I've ever gotten to see a trans person kind of coming into themselves, right? And get to experience some new aspect of themselves, get to express themselves in a way that feels right to them in a new way, or whatever, or even just in a way that they've just gotten a lot of joy from, right? And things like that. Like, I'm feeling really good today because I'm really happy with how my makeup turned out. Like, I'm like, hey, and I colored my hair a couple weeks ago.
It's beautiful.
And I'm like, wow, this look, I'm like, kind of I'm feeling it. It's good. But
that's what they call gender euphoria, right?
It really is. That's the word, right? And gender euphoria is just it's a beautiful thing to see. And I think it's one of the things that when Billie, who is going to be on a little bit later, I'm sure she will talk at length about queerness being a blessing, because that's one of her drums that she likes to go off. And I'm so thankful for her doing that. I know I see myself very differently than I would have if it hadn't been for her being so insistent on that. It's not the world accommodating you, it's not whatever, it's like, no, you're good, actually.
You're actually a gift.
Yes,
right?
But that
you actually
that
bring
one of
goodness.
the things we bring in is showing that delight, and I hope helping even cis people get to value their own genders even more, right? That if a cis woman is looking at me and seeing how much joy I'm taking in whatever I'm expressing for my gender. And I know a lot of cis women don't like dressing like I like dressing. They have more of a butch aesthetic or whatever, and things like that. But if they're able to see, oh wow, this thing that's always just been there for me, and they're able to be like, oh wow, like there is this thing that I do that's part of my gender that I actually can feel a lot of joy at. And Shania Twain said it, right? Right? Sang a whole song about it, right?
It's just that I think there's such beauty in the diversity of gender expression, from masculine all the way to the high femme and everything in between. And all of that can be experienced and celebrated by whatever gender you are. Right? That's the thing.
100%.
And I think our queerness gives us all permission to play outside the boxes that we were told we had to live inside, right? And trans people, it's so transgressive to the larger world, or the more conservative world. It's so transgressive what you have done, right? But it's so beautiful, and it's so astonishing that it kind of says anything's possible, right? And to me, that's a beautiful expression of diversity and creativity. It's really powerful.
And I wish I could tell them. I was like, this freedom is for you too.
Yes, right? That's the thing. Yes.
It's I think about like JD Vance, and there's those photos of him in college,
right?
And dressed in women's clothes and not doing drag, right? Like he's not dressed like a drag queen. He's doing femininity.
Doing something.
Wish I could tell, like, this freedom's for you too. Like you can do this too. And I don't know what that would look like for him, but I wish that he would channel his energy that way instead of the way he's chosen to go. But no, it's good.
I had a interesting experience here at my church. We started just a queer kind of drop-in support group twice a month, just for adults in Marin County to come and meet each other and whatever. Pretty small. And what I found was that most of the people who showed up were trans people, because I think the people who are feeling the most in need of support and encouragement right now are trans people. But there was one night, I even blogged about it because it was very powerful to me. We had 3, 4, counting me, people there, 2 trans men, 1 intersex person, me, and we had just begun. And then this other guy walks in and he seemed very uncomfortable and he was in his probably late 50s or 60s. And he sat down and I welcomed him and I said, okay, well, we're going to go around and do check-ins. And he said, well, let me go first because I don't think I'm who you think I am. And I was a little concerned about this because we had been getting some negative social media comments. And he said, and I thought, oh gosh, is he some like preacher or someone here to kind of like try to tell us to repent or something? But it turns out he said, I'm straight, I'm cisgender, but I have and he didn't even have the language for it. He said, my son wants to be a woman, and and he's talking all about this. And I said, oh, okay, well, just to be clear, this is a support group. Like, you're supposed to be queer if you're here. But I like turned aside to the other folks and said, what do you guys think? I mean, and we all kind of like put our heads together and said, we can let him be here for today. And we can talk with him. And so I just sat back and watched the most beautiful generosity of these 3 trans people kind of walk this loving, concerned, very really lovely father who wants to be there for his trans daughter, but just didn't have language, didn't know what to do. And he came to our group to like, help, what can I do? I want to be here for my child. And just to watch the generosity of these 2 trans men mostly talk about their own experiences, what it was like for them, what they wished their parents had done. It was incredible. I was so moved by the generosity of these folks to say, yeah, and he's getting pronouns wrong. He's a mess, but his intentions are so pure, and they saw that and they helped him. And we sat and talked for an hour and it was really lovely. And his daughter ended up coming to our group a couple weeks later.
Amazing.
It was a very, very cool experience.
That's beautiful.
Just to see a father so involved like that.
Yeah. It's amazing to see that curiosity and good intention of being like, I don't understand this and I want to. Yeah. Right? As opposed to, I don't understand this. Right.
If we could all I just want to encourage everyone, from the most conservative to the most liberal of us, to be curious, to be open-minded, to ask more questions, to lean in and listen more,
Yeah, that's good. I like it. I know you've got to run. I want to we are your time. And thank you for making this time work. But yeah.
Well, it was a pleasure. And I love you. I love what you're doing here. I want to support Jennifer and her family, and I want the best for everybody. So anyone watching this, dig deep, give, make it monthly if you can. We want to support trans kids, and we want to support the Harris Dault family.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Love you. And have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Bye, Celeste.
All right. Bye. And I do see this giving update from Jennifer. So I'll flash it on the screen. We've got a $25 monthly donation and $100 in one-time gifts. So thank you for everybody who has pitched in so far. If you haven't, we're still going and there's still time, and feel free to throw questions in the chat or anything. And we are here. We are about to have Jennifer join me, and we're going to do a little bit of ask us anything round for about an hour. So we'll keep it really casual, and we'll see if people have questions. If not, then I don't know, we'll just tell stories or something. So welcome back. I'm
Thanks.
excited, but I'm hoping that people have good questions. I always love good questions. So
I posted to Facebook saying that we were doing this.
Oh, yay.
About half an hour ago, saying in half an hour,
you
better ask us questions.
Okay. Hopefully we will get some decent questions. I am going to, while we're waiting, I'm going to go call that number back that called me just now before I don't show up at my appointment tomorrow like I'm supposed to. So I will be back in hopefully just a couple minutes.
Very good. I saw Billy in the chat a moment ago. I know you have a question. To make sure I'm on the right tab here. I want to thank you all again just for being a part of this and for taking time in your day to watch this live stream. That means an awful lot to me. All of you who have participated as guests or who are waiting for your opportunity to do that later in the evening. It means the world to me and my family that you are giving of your time and your expertise to share here. So thank you again. I see your yes, but that's not a question. I say getting on to you after thanking you. So the organization. Yeah, so I'm working with a nonprofit called Our Collective Becoming. It is run by a dear friend of mine whose mission is really to help folks create community. And so that is their mission. They have a great statement on the website about it that is way better than I am at remembering and